Hello and welcome to the JungFaha channel. Welcome. Glad to have you here. We're going to be doing continuing our subnautica. Not necessarily doing a 6.0, so we're trying to avoid going into storyline, and we're going to just work on the base and kind of the behind the scenes type of situation. Oh, and at the same time, we're going to be listening to the Goals and Vision Master Course by the Nightingale Conant and enjoying that wonderful audio.
Past can be clouded with thoughts like should have, could have, would have. The truth is, if we could have that day from long ago to do over, most likely we would not have done what we should have done anyway. This course is a great deal more than goal setting. What we're about to do is all about choosing the right vision for your future. A vision begins as a glimpse of what could be and what should be the path that you choose for your life. Goals are the steps along the way to fulfill your vision and purpose. The fact is, you will end up somewhere. The question is, where? One of our best sellers, Jim Rohn, gave us this quote.
5 years from now, you will arrive. The question is where?
Statistics indicate that only 50% of the population sets goals or makes New Year's resolutions. Well, that's good news if you are a competitive type. Half the population is not even making plans to win. Of those that try to compete with you, 9 out of 10 never complete their goals. Again, good news. Most of your potential competitors just give up. Hello,
is that better? Can you hear me better now?
On how goal setting can change your life is the result of compiling ideas.
What's up, Saeed?
Our Nightingale Conant compilation programs are designed to make it easy for you to hear selections in a topic-driven format. As an example, this course is sectioned into 5.
Thanks for telling me about the
word goals.
Microphone and all that, and the sound. I appreciate it.
In book 1,
turn down the music. Your voice is clearly
inaudible.
Thank you.
Book 2 is about opportunity.
Is it better now?
Our author's ideas on the abundance of opportunities for you and how to take advantage of them. Next, book 3 presents some of our best stories on attitude. In book 4, we will go over leadership skills and the benefits of lifelong learning. And book 5 defines what success is and how you are uniquely prepared for unlimited growth potential. Before we get into defining success, let's define what goal setting is and isn't. The best example is expressed in the bumper sticker on a city bus. The sticker says in big, bold type, "Safety is our goal." Then in smaller type, they ask, "How's my driving?" and then they give you a phone number to call. Well, the reaction is to call and say, "Your driving may not be so bad, but your goal setting sucks." Getting somewhere safely is not a goal, it is a requirement. Once you step on a bus, you have entered into an agreement with the owner of the bus company to get you safely to your destination. This is where the super successful take charge. Instead of the bus company, how about another form of public transportation? Let's take as an example the airline industry. Now, they know what it means to take safety up a notch. They know exactly the fact that safety is a requirement. But for others, that's a different story. Look at 2 competing airlines. They both have one goal in common: to increase profits. The 2 companies go with that goal 2 different ways. Now, one company says it will go after the low-fare customer. That means to squeeze consumers, not really save them money. They put in more rows of seats to get more paying customers. They charge extra for check bags, snacks, and all of the comforts that come at a price. Then there's the other airline that is just as interested in making a profit. However, they decide to offer more legroom, free television, television in every seat, free coffee, free snacks, and promise to make you comfortable. So which airline do you want to become a frequent flyer on? Do you choose the no comfort low fare or the comfortable fair price that does not gouge you for every comfort? Both companies have the same goal: make more money. Each defines different steps to achieve that goal. So if goals are defined as measurable activities, what's your definition of a vision? Answer this question. What's the worst thing that could happen? Most people would argue that a vision or mission is dreaming about the best that can happen, right? Well, consider this. Identifying what can go wrong. People starving, economic collapse, social unrest, even war. Answering these large problems are the motivating factors that create huge visions. The negative realities are the driving forces of positive thinking. Life in a cave drove the need to discover fire. Being stuck on a planet drove the desire to travel to the moon and beyond. A vision is your calling in life. Goals set and achieved are the actions we need to take to get us toward that vision. Your vision can be fulfilled only by meeting the requirements of goal-focused activities, and we'll drill down much deeper on vision in upcoming chapters. First, we open with the thought that your vision of the past may not be as clear as you think. In the program Beyond Goals, Roger Dawson offers this thought on our vision of our future.
We start off with such great ambition, determined that nothing will stand in the way of us accomplishing our goals. And in this great land of opportunity, if we study and work hard, we have an excellent chance of becoming successful. We will achieve our goals, which could be the worst thing that will ever happen to us. Because when we achieve our goals, we often arrive at the land of contentment and never realize that if we were to take off and fly again, we could achieve so much more. As George Bernard Shaw said, there are two tragedies in life. One is not getting your heart's desire. The other is to get it. I believe that it is a virtue to be content with what we have, but it is a vice to be content with what we are. Too many people congeal at some point in their lives. They reach a point where they don't want to change anymore. They become content with what they have become, and their belief about their potential congeals like cooking fat getting cold in the bottom of a frying pan. A human mind is a terrible thing to waste. It's even more tragic when the mind is one that was successful in the past, but is now congealing in contentment.
To break that pattern of feeling that you're stuck in a rut, an understanding of goal setting and success is important. The perfect answer in this comes from Lead the Field and Earl Nightingale.
To understand the subject and the importance of goal setting, we have to realize that it's the very basis of any success. It is, in fact, the very definition of success. The best definition of success I've ever found goes like this. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy goal, or in some cases, the pursuit of a worthy ideal.
On the subject of success, which is the fifth letter in our series, Goals, G-O-A-L-S, it'll be all about success. And to be sure, there's a great deal to share from Earl on that topic coming up. To get us towards that level of vision and success that we want, it requires one specific word. And Vic Conant has that word for us.
It's apparent that we each have the capability for passion. The lucky people in life are those who are able to find passion in many areas of their lives. A few people I've met are literally passionate about everything in their lives. Mark Victor Hansen, the all-time best-selling author of the Chicken Soup books and the new NC author of Dreams Don't Have a Deadline, is perhaps the most passionate person that I know, and his program reflects it. In fact, in Dreams Don't Have a Deadline, Mark describes how to revitalize the passion in our later lives if we've lost it or never discovered it. It's a wonderful program, and I hope you have it on your NC program wish list. To me, the best word that describes passion is love. If you're passionate about something, the chances are that you love what you're involved in. It makes sense that authors recommend that we work in areas that we love. The passion then comes almost automatically. Personally, I feel very grateful to have had the opportunity to work at a job that I am truly passionate about. My career at Nightingale Conant has brought incredible ideas into my life and has enabled me to get acquainted with some of the greatest thinkers of our time. But more than that, my true passion comes from knowing that I'm part of something that helps people to improve their lives. Whenever I feel myself dragging under the weight of the day-to-day realities of the working world, I try to remember to remind myself of why we're all here creating these programs in the first place. It never fails to pick me up and to put me back on the right track. Now, my passionate friend, please enjoy the rest of this recording.
In the program Dreams Don't Have Deadlines that Vic mentioned, Mark Victor Hansen says all you need to ignite your passion is one idea.
Are you ready to make all your dreams come true? Imagine the life that you want it to be as you want it. What would make you ecstatically happy, fulfilled, and elated to be alive? No dream has a deadline unless you put a deadline on it, and if it doesn't get reached, why not expand it? If you want to, if you have the will, if you have two things it really takes. One is the desire, the idea, and then all it takes is one key commitment, and voila, your future takes on new importance and new direction. One of my colleagues and friends, Jim Rohn, wisely and correctly says, when you change your direction, you automatically change your destination. Allow these ideas to give you new hope and a promise for an ever more titillating future, one that hits you at the depth of your being so you emanate out from the core to the stuff that you're magnificently passionate about. You and you alone can change your direction and therefore your destinations. The question is, how old would you be if you didn't know how old you are? For most of human history, people did not keep track of time in the way we do today. Even in ancient civilizations, people did not think of themselves as 30, 40, or 50. People's ages were reckoned by their attitudes that they displayed, by what they could do physically, emotionally, spiritually, by their life and their lifestyle. I've been studying recently about the Aboriginals, and what they do is they write their life map, and when a kid hits about 13 years old, they do their walkabout, it's called, and what they do is they walk about where their ancestors walked about, and that's how they determine time. So time is different in different places, and to an American it is one thing, to an Aboriginal it's another. But I'm going to ask you to expand some of your awareness of what time might be, and even study some other looks at time as we go through this. A young person was somebody who had exuberance in the old days, but perhaps lacked wisdom. And a mature person retained that youthful energy and willingness and vitality to take chances, but tempered it with knowledge and wise insight. An old person was somebody whose life had begun to contract, not only physically and mentally and spiritually, but they narrowed their ranges of interest. It's sort of like what happens in called myopia, which is nearsightedness, and when people get macular degeneration, what happens is their eyesight starts to narrow until it gets so low that it's at 1%. What we're saying is we don't want you to narrow your range. What we want to do is have you open it up. If 360 degrees represents the full spectrum of possibilities, we want you to have all the colors, all the richness, all the vitality, all the zest, all the joy, all the exquisite excitement, and the interesting ideas. Instead of letting them contract, which is the mental model most people live, let's have them expand.
So how does your vision expand? Mark talked about Jim Rohn. Well, Jim explains why your vision is the first step before beginning the task of expanding your goals.
You don't have enough reasons for accomplishing great things. If you had enough reasons, you could do incredible things. You have enough intelligence, but not enough reasons. That's the key. If you had enough reasons. In my years of study, I've also discovered this. Reasons come first, and answers come second. Life has a strange way of hiding all the answers and disclosing them only to people who have been inspired to look for them, who have reasons to look for them. Put another way, when you know what you want, and you want it badly enough, you will find ways to get it. The answers, the methods, the solutions will become evident to you. Hey, what if you had to be rich? Are there any books and tapes on the subject? The answer is yes. There are plenty of good ones. But if you don't have to be rich, you probably won't read the books or listen to the tapes. What drives us to find the answers is necessity. So work on your reasons first, answer second. Now, what are some of the reasons for doing well? It varies from person to person. I'm sure that if you did a little soul searching, you could come up with a fairly strong list of reasons why you want to accomplish great things. There are personal reasons, sometimes uniquely personal reasons. Some people do well for the recognition. Some do well because of the way it makes them feel. They love the feeling of being a winner. That's one of the best reasons. I have some millionaire friends who keep working 10 to 12 hours a day, making more millions. And it's not because they need the
Someone
money.
just asked me a question.
It's because of the joy, pleasure, and satisfaction
what would be
that come to
their
them
option
from
for
being constant
them?
winners.
Should they order
To them,
from the same
money is
country
not
that
their
they're
main
from?
drive.
Or can they
It's not
order
the
it
money.
from
It's the journey.
a
Once in a while, someone says
different
to me,
country?
if I had $1 million,
So, two
I'd
things
never work another day in
that come
my
to mind.
life.
One, if it's out of country,
Hey, that's probably why
it
the
makes
good
it
Lord
easier
sees to it
to
that he doesn't get his million.
sham
Because he just
the
quit.
buyer.
Family is another reason, or motivator for
What
doing
sham
well.
means,
Some people do extremely well because of other people.
then yeah.
And that's a
it's
powerful reason. Sometimes we will do
Second
things for someone else that we would not do for ourselves.
reason to
We are made that way.
maybe not order
I met a man who once said to me,
country
Mr. Rohn, to do
because
everything I want to do around the world with
it's
my family,
gonna
I
take a
need at
while
least
for
$250,000 a year.
shipping to actually get to your location.
I thought,
It
incredible.
could take 3 weeks. It could
Could a
take a
man's
month.
family affect him that much? And the answer is,
Usually by
of
then
course.
it's not really possible.
How
to
fortunate are the people who find themselves greatly affected by someone else? It's
do a
powerful.
return because it's past the 30-day return.
Benevolence, the desire to share, can be a powerful reason for wanting to achieve. Some people do extremely well gathering up resources, so they can then
So
be
ultimately,
benefactors.
It's up to the
When
individual
Andrew
to
Carnegie, the
purchase.
great steel magnate, died, his desk was opened, and in one of the desk
Those
drawers
are the
was
two
found
things
a
that
slip
come
of
to mind.
paper. On that slip of paper, Mr. Carnegie had written his goal for his life, and he wrote it when he was in his 20s. On that slip of paper, he had written, I'm going to spend the first half of my life accumulating money. I'm going to spend the last half of my life giving it all away. That's terrific. He was so inspired by that goal that during the first half of his life, he accumulated $450 million. And during the last half of his life, he gave it all away. How powerful. What has you turned on? What has you getting up early, hitting it hard all day and staying up late? What has you inspired? Next question. What's got you turned off? When I found the answers to those two questions, my life exploded into change. I finally found out what negative philosophy of life I had allowed to limit me and had
Welcome
been turned
aboard,
off.
Captain.
And I got that cured. Then I found a long enough list of reasons to turn me on.
Roger Dawson mentioned earlier that we can become stuck even when we are successful. When it comes to feeling stuck where you are, we have answers from Mark Victor Hansen's partner, Jack Canfield. Jack is the co-author of the famous Chicken Soup for the Soul series. In this next segment, Jack explains from the program Maximum Confidence that there are only 3 ways to grow.
There are only 3 ways to grow in life. Stop doing what you've been doing that doesn't work. Start doing more of what you know that does work. And thirdly, try on things that you've never done before and see if they work or not. So what this seminar is about is awareness of what you do, plus risk-taking, trying on new behaviors, equals growth. You can't grow unless you're willing to risk. Winners are those people who make a habit out of doing the things losers are uncomfortable doing. Do a little experiment with me, unless you're driving your car as you're listening to this. Just fold your hands the way you normally fold them when you fold them in your lap. And notice which thumb you have on top, your right or your left. How many have your right thumb on top here? See, show of hands? About half of us. How many have your left thumb on top? Okay, the other half. Now, which is right? Left thumb on top or right thumb on top? Which is the correct way to do this? Doesn't matter, right? Okay, fold your hands again just like you had them. And now move all your fingers. Don't just move your thumb, but move all the fingers so the other thumb ends up on top. How does that feel? Different, strange, weird, uncomfortable, yucky, whatever it is. Remember what I said? Winners are those people who make a habit of doing the things losers are uncomfortable doing. In order to be successful in life, you have to change. You have to try on new responses. And it's going to feel uncomfortable. How many of you like to feel uncomfortable? No hands. I mean, if I threw a party and said, look, I'm having a party Saturday night, and I'm inviting you all, and the purpose of the party is to make everyone as uncomfortable as possible. Most people would not come. They go, forget it, Canfield, no way. See? But the reality is, in order to grow, you have to be willing to what? Be uncomfortable.
Have you felt that discomfort when thinking about the thing you really want to do? For Jack, it was to become a professional speaker. And he did it. It is all in the actions you take. If you have a dream, you have to act on it. In the program Power of Purpose, Les Brown makes this abundantly clear.
What idea are you sitting on? Write your ideas down. And then, once you get that idea, take the leap. Hello? Take the leap. See, a lot of people get the ideas and just walk around with them. Have you ever had an idea and all of a sudden you looked around and somebody had that idea and gone with it? Take the leap. See, it's out here in the universe. If you don't take the plunge, I guarantee you, somebody else will. Take the plunge. Go into action. And ladies and gentlemen, you will be surprised how things will come together. You'll be surprised. Now, you're going to have some difficult challenges. I can tell you that now. Be aware of that. Things are not going to work out exactly right. For a time, they will, sometimes. And that's when life is just playing a game with you. I want you to feel good and relax. And then after a while, say, okay, the honeymoon's over now. And then life will come over there and slap you side the head. Say, what you doing out here? Well, this is my dream life. Is that right? Come over here a minute. Oh, you went to the seminar, huh? Come here. I can tell you that. But ladies and gentlemen, go into action with your dream. And don't avoid where the fights are. Get in the midst of the fight. And get some hickeys on your head. Down so you can learn how to fight so you can hold your position. See, most people don't get out in the arena of life because they don't want to fight. Most people don't get out there because they don't want to get knocked down. They don't want to be dropped to their knees. But see, you're going to be dropped whether you're on the field or whether or not you're sitting on the sidelines. You're going to be dropped. So at least get dropped for something. Don't get knocked down while you're sitting down.
Vital signs stabilizing.
See, that's how most people are spectators in life. You don't want to be a spectator. You want to get out in the field where the action is, and you will be amazed. After the struggle, there will be a calm period, and things will begin to click for you. Come out here with what you got. You don't have enough money? Don't worry about it. You got the dream. You got the idea. You don't have enough resources? Don't worry about it. You need some help? Don't worry about it. You get out here in the arena, someone will look at you and become inspired and say, hey, can I help you? But if you're sitting up on the bleachers, nobody's going to ask you anything.
Before you begin the goal-setting process, you have to be sure that you're on the right track. There's a Nightingale poster that's been on one of my walls since 1990. It's a sprawling landscape of a runner jogging up and down hills across a vast countryside. The quote of the poster asks the question, what's the use of running if you're not on the right road? We all ask ourselves that question from time to time, and then there are those times when the question is answered positively to keep on trying. Then sometimes the answer is to move on. That can cause discomfort and fear. Jack Canfield speaks to the subject of discomfort and where that feeling comes from.
The discomfort usually is based on there's some fear. You know, I'm afraid of being rejected. I'm afraid of being hurt. I'm afraid of some kind of financial loss. And it's awkward. First time I gave a talk, it was very uncomfortable. You know, I'm trying to look at my notes and look at the audience and think about my speaking and my cadence and be funny and remember my points. And it was very difficult. I was nervous and uncomfortable. Now you give me a microphone, I won't shut up. You know, it's like I can't wait to get out there. I have a good time. I don't even think about it. So the nervous system, when it starts something new, it's integrating so many things at once and trying to balance it all out. After a while, it gets used to it.
Too many times, it's easy to think that our biggest gifts in life are things of the past, opportunities that we've missed, the chance to choose a career, decide where to live and with who, and eliminate those mistakes and make the right moves. In another Roger Dawson bestseller, The Secrets of Power Performance, Roger asks if you would really go back in time instead of moving forward.
Let's be sure I'm making myself clear. You immediately get to go back to your 5th birthday and relive your life day for day exactly the way it has been, without any opportunity to change a thing and without knowing what will happen to you next. Also, you don't have the benefit of the wisdom you picked up the first time through. You must muddle through just as before. When you catch up with today, your life then goes on exactly as it would from this point on. Would you do it? It's an interesting question, isn't it? And it's directly related to power performance in every endeavor for a very simple reason. The more fun you have at doing something, the better you'll do it. The more joy you see in being alive, the better you'll succeed. In your career, with your financial plans, and in your family and social life. Try that question on your friends later, and you'll find a few will immediately say, "Oh yes, of course, I've loved every exciting minute of it, and I'd give my right arm to do it again." But the vast majority will point out that while they enjoyed life, it was also quite a hassle and a struggle, and they really wouldn't like to do it again. They'll take their chances with the future. Your experience of life should be like that of a child spending a day at Disneyland. I realize this is a simplistic analogy, but it's apt. I live a few miles north of Disneyland in La Habra Heights, California. Between the three of them, my children must have been there 50 times. Children approach the park with excited anticipation, eager for the experience. They overcome their fear of the unknown. They understand there'll be long lines, and not all of it'll be pleasant, such as the fear they'll experience on the fast rides. But nevertheless, they love every minute of it and leave the park with the greatest of reluctance. And of course, they do it all over again in a minute. As children, we always seem to derive great pleasure out of the things we did, and we love to go back and do them again. It's as we get older and take on the cares and responsibilities of life that we begin to question whether life is that much of an adventure. Shockingly, surveys tell us that as many as 90% of us don't like the work we do and would quit if it were not for the money. Since 50% of marriages end in divorce, it's a safe bet that well over half of us are not satisfied with our personal relationships. No wonder we spend so much of our lives looking to the future for happiness and contentment, rather than relishing the moment as a true power performer always does.
Is the time management problem we hear so much about for real? We'll find out in our next episode.
Congratulations! Simply by listening to this first session, you've taken a critical first step toward improving your life, a step others neglect. You see, we know that if you get just one great idea from this program, it will be worth many times over the price you pay. Plus, the ideas we share will benefit you for a lifetime. It is as simple as listening, learning, and applying these great ideas and techniques in your life. When you do, you'll see real and significant improvements immediately. At this moment, you're probably feeling excited, inspired, motivated, empowered, and most importantly, ready to apply the information you've just heard. We at Nightingale Conant want you to keep that feeling going today, tomorrow, and for the rest of your life, and use it to create the life of your dreams. But we know that's not always easy to do. I'm going to share with you a simple yet extremely effective secret that will help you to maintain the motivation you're feeling right now and really achieve the goals that first inspired you to listen to this program. It's called the Online Mission Statement Builder. In just 5 short minutes, this free, easy-to-use online service will give you a detailed, clearly defined, printed statement of your life's mission that will give you the power to truly accomplish any goal, spiritual, personal, or financial. Your mission statement will be like a guiding light, keeping you focused on what's important, the person you're becoming, the life you dream of, and the goals you plan on achieving, so your life unfolds exactly the way you want it to. Use this free service now, and you'll immediately propel yourself toward the achievement of your goals and dreams. I know, because thousands of people have already taken this opportunity and experienced rapid and dramatic life transformations as a result. This is your invitation to be next. If you're committed to having more, doing better, and living life to the absolute fullest, and you'd like to achieve those goals in record time, simply visit our website at www.nightingale.com/mission statement to begin the process. That's www.nightingale.com/mission statement. Remember, there is no cost for this powerful service and no obligation, but I do urge you to visit www.nightingale.com/mission statement now. If you hesitate, the momentum you feel now may fade away over the days and weeks to come. That's what happens to most people. They let their hopes and dreams pass them by. Please don't let that be you. It's been said the path to success is to take massive, determined action. Take action now by continuing on to the next session. For 50 years, we've seen firsthand how our products empower people to be, do, and have more in life. But it only works if you continue to listen, learn, and act. Thank you for listening to this Nightingale Conant audio program. Enjoy the rest of this program.
Book 1, Chapter 2, Planning. This is the day to manage your time and your life. Well, here's a thought on the topic of time. You did not get this gift because you need another day. You received this gift to do something for someone else. This is the day to use your highest and best potential to become a positive influence. Brian Tracy addresses this issue in The Psychology of Achievement.
Now let's talk about one of the most important subjects of all for achieving goals or any kind of success in life, and it's time management. Now here is the basic rule. Time management is really life management. It's really management of yourself. As Peter Drucker said, you can't manage time, you can only manage yourself. And the most successful people are the ones who manage themselves the very best. The quality of your time management determines the quality of your life. I used to think that time management was a peripheral subject, sort of like I was the sun and time management was one of the planets that orbited around my life. The turning point for me came when I realized that time management is the sun and everything in your life is a planet that goes around it. If you have your time completely under control, every other part of your life falls into alignment. Now, the good news is that time management is a skill that can be learned, and it must be learned. Sometimes people say, well, I'm not very good at time management, I'm not very punctual,
Welcome aboard,
I have too much to do
Captain.
in too little time. Well, this is a choice that you make. Sometimes I joke with my audience, I say, I've developed a method to teach people time management in just 20 seconds. I can make everybody here a brilliant time manager in just 20 seconds. Do you want to see my method? They say, yes, yes. So I reach into my pocket like I'm pulling out a pistol, and I put it next to the person's head in the front row, and I say, all right, I'm going to follow you around for the next 24 hours. If you waste a single second, I'm going to blow your brains out. Now, under those circumstances, would you be a good time manager? You bet you would. And the point that I'm making is that time management is a choice. You choose to manage your time well. If you have to catch a plane, and that plane is really important, by gum, you organize every part of your life so you are there ready to catch the plane in advance. You choose to be a good time manager. Once you understand that, you realize it's not genetic, it's not the way you were brought up, it's not the way you were as a kid, it's just simply a decision that you make. Now, the situation in your life today is simple. First of all, you have too much to do and too little time. No matter how much you get done, you have even more to get done. Your workload and your responsibilities continue to increase. This is a normal and natural fact of being an adult. Now here is the insight. You will never get caught up. You will never get caught up.
Everybody has this idea that somehow they're going to find a technique or a method and then they're going to get caught up. No, you'll never get caught up. The only way that you can manage your time is by stopping doing certain things. So we say goals are the starting point of time management. These are what are called the big picture, where you stand back and you say, what are my real goals in life? What do I really want to accomplish? Because an enormous amount of our time is spent doing things that are irrelevant to our real goals.
Brian mentioned Peter Drucker. Anyone interested in management as a goal should study Drucker. He wrote enough books on the topic to fill a decent-sized library. Drucker once spoke of a lecture he attended at Cambridge. He said, I suddenly realized that all of the brilliant economics students in the room were interested in the behavior of commodities, while I was interested in the behavior of people. That brings us to Roger Dawson. In the program, The Secrets of Power Performance, Roger talks about your behavior and the fact that you can do more than you think you can, even with the time limits that you have.
All you need to do is take your quest for success in a different direction, to seek out that vast pool of untapped potential that lies within yourself. A wise man once told me, so much more than they think they're capable of doing. Isn't that the truth? We're doing so much more now than we ever thought we could before, back in the early days when we were just getting started. And we're capable of doing so much more in the future than we think we're capable of doing today. We all have the ability to be superstars at living. We all have what it takes to become power performers. But over the years, time and circumstances have conspired to corrode our potential. Within each of us is a hidden store of energy, energy we can release to compete in the marathon of life. Within each of us is a hidden store of courage, courage to give us the strength to face any challenge. Within each of us is a hidden store of determination, determination to keep us in the race when all seems lost. We can all become power performers, and that's what this program is all about. To identify and overcome those things that have been holding us back in the past, and to cast them out of our lives. During the last 8 years of my life, I've been traveling the world finding out what other people are doing with their lives. I spend 10 months a year as a professional speaker. That's taken me to virtually every city of any size in North America. It's taken me 5 times to Australia and to most of the resort locations in the Caribbean. The other 2 months I spend adventuring around the world. I've climbed mountains in the Himalayas, Africa, and the Andes. I've sat with the rare mountain gorillas of Zaire and the terracotta soldiers of central China. I've been around the world 6 times and traveled in 53 different countries. And everywhere I go, I find the same thing. A few power performers who can meet any challenge, overcome every obstacle, and achieve great things in their lives. But the vast majority of the people are living far, far below their God-given potential. And all this leads me to believe we're doing some specific things wrong that are causing the problem. And with just a few simple changes, we can truly become life's power performers, savoring, loving, and thrilling to every moment of life, and truly developing our lives to their fullest potential.
That concern over our personal power is the subject of The Psychology of Winning, a bestseller by Dennis Waitley.
This message is on the winning attitude of positive self-esteem. And self-esteem is the single most important quality of a winning human being. It's that deep down inside the skin feeling of your own worth. You know, I like myself. I really do like myself. Given my parents, my physical looks, and my limitations, and my lifestyle, and my background, I'm kind of glad I'm me. In fact, I'd rather be me than anyone else living at any other time in history. But I'm not conceited. In fact, conceit is God's gift to shallow people. This positive self-talk is the verbalization of inner value of a winner. And positive self-talk is the key to developing positive self-esteem. The winners in life have developed very strong beliefs of self-worth and self-confidence. They weren't necessarily born with these good feelings, but as with every other habit, they learn to like themselves through practice. Some individuals are born with much more going for them at the start. They have wealthy parents or beautiful parents or talented and intelligent parents. And many children in their early years have been encouraged and nurtured by winning parents and outstanding teachers and coaches and friends who gave them early feelings of self-esteem. And this is perhaps the most important quality of a good parent and also in a good business leader, the positive encouragement of their children and employees toward the development of self-worth. But there's an amazing historical pattern that is almost contradictory, and that's the pattern that some of the offspring of the richest, most beautiful, most talented people have become losers or lazy, unable to live up to their heritage, unable or not caring enough to accept themselves or perform effectively in society on their own. This may be because they had so much going for them at the start that they developed no inner drive to take them forward. And yet some of the offspring of the most backward, discouraging beginnings have grown into outstanding winners and top achievers in every walk of life. Out of adversity can come greatness. In the losers and low achievers in life, an attitude of low self-esteem seems to be at the root of their problem. Recent studies of terrorists, skyjackers, and assassins of world leaders have shown that these aggressors are very likely to be loners with extremely low self-esteem, and the same is true with most criminals. It's been said that John Dillinger, the notorious criminal, ran into a farmhouse and repeatedly told the occupants, "My name is John Dillinger. My name is John Dillinger. I'm not going to hurt you. I just wanted you to know that my name is John Dillinger." A terrorist with no positive inner values and a fanatic disregard for others, driven by hate instead of love, feels he has to kill important leaders or innocent bystanders to make a media event and feel worthy of attention. What a terrible, pathetic tragedy. And thieves lacking in self-esteem steal others' belongings to make up for their own lack of values and inadequacies. And child abusers and wife beaters, they hide behind an angry mask of aggression to intimidate those vulnerable family members that gives them as bullies a false sense of power. But people like Golda Meir and Madame Curie and Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Edison and Mother Teresa and Jonas Salk all have mentioned early feelings of worth and of their desire to pass their valuable service on to others.
In today's world, how do you position yourself as a person of such high standards? I spoke with Dennis on the phone for an answer.
Individuals need to realize that it's going to be very important to brand yourself as a person of great knowledge, great creativity, great integrity, who delivers more in service than you expect to be compensated for in dollars. And that's a whole new idea of having to constantly upgrade your own skills, be responsible for your own skill building, not leave it to the company, and you're really a free agent, and everyone is a free agent in an open market, and there's no security. So since there's no security, you have to be a risk master and have to prove your worth almost as if you were on a short-term contract.
That short-term contract brings us back to our time management and the subject of choices we've talked about at the beginning of the session. We have more on the topic of choices from Zig Ziglar in the program Goals.
You cannot eat some of everything on a big cafeteria line, so I had to make those choices. Finally, I got my tray and my silver, and I came down the line, and my choice has already been made, so I wasted no time. I said, I'll take me some of that, and give me some of that, and I want some of that, and I'll have some of that. Got to the end of the line, I reached in my pocket and pulled out my money. The lady held up her hand, and she said, no, you don't pay for it until you get ready to go. I said, you mean to tell me you're going to let me eat all of this food and not have to pay for it until I get ready to go? She said, yeah, that's just the way we do it. Well, I can't tell you the number of times I've thought about that, because you see, in one sense of the word, that is exactly like life, the cafeteria line is. In life, we have an incredible assortment of choices of the places we can live, the things we can do, the foods we can eat, the occupations we can follow. An incredible number of choices. That's the way the cafeteria line is. Life is just like that. But on the other end of the scale, life is 180 degrees apart from the cafeteria line. In the cafeteria, you eat and then you pay. But in the game of life, you pay and then you eat. You go to school, you study your lessons, you pass the grade. They move you up to the next grade until you graduate from high school. Then if you go to college, then you study your lessons again. You get your degree. Then if you go on to graduate school. And finally, after all of that is over, you get into your profession and you work a week, a month, or whatever. And then and only then, after you've done all of those things, qualified and then done the work, do you receive the pay. The farmer plows the ground, he plants the seed, he waters it, he fertilizes it, he nurses it along, he kills the insects, and finally the day comes when he can go to the fields and bring it in and take it to the marketplace, and then he cashes it in. That's the way it is. You first pay, and then you receive the benefits.
So what do you choose for your future? You can have just about anything. In the program Lead the Field, Earl Nightingale talked about this.
It's been said that Americans can have anything they want. The trouble is they don't know what they want. Oh, they want little things. They want a new car, they get it. They want a new refrigerator, they get it. They want a new home, and they get it. The system never fails for them, but they don't seem to understand that it is a system. Nor that if it'll work for a refrigerator or a new car, it will work for anything else they want very much, just as well. Perhaps that's best. Shapes and sizes and with goals of infinitely varying specifications, if they have goals at all. Once a person fully and emotionally understands that the goals that are important to him or her can become real in his or her life, well, it's like opening a jack-in-the-box. All sorts of interesting and happen. Quite often we become truly alive for the first time in our lives. We look back at our former lives and realize we were shuffling along in a kind of lockstep, that we were actually taking our cues from those about us in the unspoken assumption that we're all alike, when nothing could be farther from the truth. We are not all alike. Each of us is quite different, with different abilities, different genetic profiles, different wants in life. What will wonderfully satisfy one particular family and represent complete success for them would be considered failure for another family. All because of their different aspirations.
Those differences in lifestyles and aspirations can become evident as you witness others. Some goals seem easy to achieve for some, and even though they seem to have it all, they may fall short. In the program This I Believe, Vic Conant speaks on the topic of different aspirations and the only way to achieve them.
Whether you're talking about losing 5 or 50 pounds, starting and maintaining an exercise program, becoming good or great at a sport or skill, mastering meditation, becoming a speaker, writing a book, learning a language, overcoming an addiction, or finding peace in your life, it takes discipline. And the degree of your ultimate success in these endeavors will be in direct relation to your level of discipline. So you can see, discipline is critical to our lives. Some people we call self-disciplined, and others we call undisciplined. And what's fascinating is that a person can be disciplined at one thing and not another. I know an extremely successful businessman who runs a multi-million-dollar company. If you saw him in his business environment, you'd say he was very disciplined. However, this same gentleman has had a significant weight problem for as long as I've known him. And so far, he hasn't had the discipline in this area of his life to solve this problem, even though he'd identify it as an area of tremendous concern to him. How can this happen? How can an extremely intelligent, successful person, so strong and disciplined in one area of his life, be so undisciplined and unsuccessful in another? Well, to answer this, let's take a little deeper look at discipline. We'll use exercising as an example of our ability to apply discipline or not. For me, it's a pleasure and sometimes a little embarrassing to observe someone who is highly disciplined at exercising. Our wonderful author and great friend, Wayne Dyer, is a great example of this. There was a time when Wayne had run 8 miles every day for 21 years in a row without missing a day. That's 7,665 days straight, running 8 miles a day with no exceptions. I don't know about you, but I'd be overwhelmed with the thought of attempting that. And yet to Wayne, it was a part of his day, every day, without exception. Now, I think Wayne would admit he isn't disciplined at everything. But what allowed him to be so disciplined at this? What can we learn from him? Okay, let's bring this home to you and me with our exercise example. What would be required for you and me to become more disciplined at exercising? First of all, we need to set an objective, and the more detailed, the better. To say, I'm going to start exercising is one thing, but to say I'm going to start cardio workouts 5 days a week and do weight training 3 times a week is better. And obviously, the goal needs to be realistic for your current life situation. If this is the first time you've worked out in 10 years, you need to be kind and realistic to yourself and set a lighter schedule. Secondly, in order to become disciplined, you must believe that you can reach the objective. Okay, I believe it's possible for me to do the 5 cardio workouts and 3 weight training workouts. That seems doable to me, so we can go on. Finally, and this is the key, you have to truly commit to doing whatever it takes to reach the objective, and also commit to staying with this objective for a defined period of time. This is where most of us fall down. We make a half-hearted commitment going in, and we soon find ourselves making excuses for why we failed. I believe to be successful, we have to make our new objective the most important activity in our life. Certainly we have to put it in the very top few. The great thing about this, when you think about it, is that you simply don't allow anything to get in the way of the most important objectives in your life.
Do you have the discipline to chart your course and stick to it against all odds? We'll get into that in our next session. Book number 1, Chapter 3, Charting Your Course. The story goes that around the year 1457, there was a great problem spreading across the countryside of Scotland. It was such a dire circumstance that King James II decided to act and ordered a ban. The written decree was to protect the population from a very serious addiction. The dreaded addiction was the game of golf. That's right. The time wasted running over hills searching for lost balls was seen as an unwelcome distraction to learning archery. Well, James IV lifted the ban in 1502 when he became a golfer. And as they say, the rest is history. Today, about 30 million golfers are in the United States. Well, they couldn't hit a barn door with a bow and arrow, but just challenge them to get their sticks any morning of the week and you're off for a game. The game is the challenge in itself. You have to show skill at charting your course. Literally. There are risks in that lots of bumps will happen along the way. Jack Canfield has an interesting slant on this story from his program, Maximum Confidence.
Someone said, risk ain't bad, it's the bumps. That's true. But I'll tell you something very interesting about that. How many of you have ever golfed or seen a golf ball? Can I see a show of hands? Most of us in the room at least seen a golf ball, okay? Did you ever notice on the golf ball that there are little tiny indentations, little bumps in a sense? And it turns out that when they first started golf balls were smooth on the surface. And what they noticed is the more you hit the golf ball, the more nicks it would get in it and so forth. The ball would actually fly truer and go further. And so then they started to design the golf ball by putting little lines through it, and then eventually you have these little holes, little dimples or pimples, I don't know what they call them. And so that in fact, the more bumps you have, the more scars and bruises, you actually can go farther and faster in life. So don't think about all of those wounds and those hurts as problems. They're actually things that support you because you're able to handle that in the future. You're much stronger as a result of it.
Anyone who's played golf understands the importance of visualizing. Practice swings. Keep your eye on the ball. See it in your mind where the ball is going. Focus, focus, focus. Dennis Waitley says, and seeds of greatness. This is true for setting goals and achieving them. Once you have a goal in mind, see it as real in your imagination.
The second best-kept secret of total success is that our minds can't tell the difference between real experience and one that is vividly and repeatedly imagined. Understanding this secret of the power of the imagined experience is the key to understanding human behavior. Many of our everyday decisions are based upon information about ourselves which has been stored as truth, but which is really a combination of hearsay from family, friends, and peers, actual past experiences, and information we read, listen to, and view on television. During every moment of our lives, we program our imaginations, or we allow others to program them to work for us or against us. You know, when I watch pro football or any other major sporting event, I enjoy seeing it on TV almost as much as being there in person. I also like the fantastic feature of instant replay, which lets us relive the electrifying victory and the big play. Did you know that college and professional athletic teams and corporations that are consistently on top every season replay the highlights of their best games during the weeks following those games and during the following season to reinforce their success? I had the opportunity to interview and study a number of POWs when they returned from Vietnam, many of whom were pilots who had been shot down by Soviet-made SAM missiles. I also interviewed several of the former hostages from their release from the U.S. Embassy in Iran. It didn't take our POWs or hostages long to figure out the second best kept secret. In the absence of any materials, tools, or comforts, they simply created them in their imaginations. They recalled most of the inspirational events and significant learning stored in their memories, which I refer to as instant replay. And they previewed coming attractions of Emmy Award-winning TV series in their imaginations, every color, every smile, every touch, every word, every picture, every detail. This is what I call instant pre-play, or the creative ability to fantasize where you plan to be in the future. The concentration on reinforcing positive, healthy experiences from the past and the simulation of a successful project or lifestyle as if it were actually happening in the present. This is the gift of creativity.
We tend to create situations in our minds. Many writers have been given credit for writing the following quote. Everyone remembers the remark that the old man at the point of death said that his life has been full of troubles, most of which never happened. It has been written so many times it must be true. It's certainly a fact that sets the stage for Dan Miller and his program, Dream Job.
I frequently hear people say they're afraid to apply for a new job, try a new sport, buy a new car, or launch a new business idea because of the risk involved. Now, when people are considering a new career or a change of position, they often ask themselves, why leave the predictable for the unpredictable? Why take the risk? And yet I think there's a core issue regarding risk that must be clarified. See, if you go to Las Vegas and put the deed to your house down on a roll of the dice, that's risky. Gambling with no reasonable plan or sense of control. However, if you find yourself in a negative work environment, have checked out your options, and are planning to move to a solid organization with a higher income, how can that be called risk? Risk implies jumping off a cliff with no idea what's at the bottom. It means having no control. In business or career moves, we greatly reduce risk by having a careful plan of action. I like to call it seizing an opportunity or moving to a higher level of success rather than risk. If you are underemployed or undercompensated now and you've clarified your unique gifts and talents and matched those up with a new opportunity, is that risk? In my many years of life coaching high-achieving people, I've observed that they view risk differently from those who fear it. They think it's risky to be trapped in one company. They view security as having the freedom to do what they love on their own terms, the exact opposite of the average person's perceptions. High achievers see it in this way. If you work for a company, you can walk in tomorrow and have one person put you on the street. On the other hand, if you have a hot dog stand down on the corner in your hometown, you may have 376 people come by each day and buy a hot dog. That means you'd have to have 376 people decide they didn't want to do business with you anymore to put you on the street with no income. The question then is, in which situation do you have more security? Where one person could stop all your income, or where it would take 376?
The concern over that word, security, is a subject that Earl Nightingale addressed on his radio program, Our Changing World.
For quite a while now, we've been hearing a great deal about a thing called security. You frequently hear a man or woman say, well, it may not be much of a job, but at least it represents security. This is probably a hangover from the days of the Industrial Revolution, but it seems this word security has come to mean the wrong thing to most people. In the first place, there probably isn't a job in the world that offers security. Anybody with a job can lose it. Even the mailman can be fired. If you've got a job, something could happen to cause you to lose it. Any one of 100 things. Now, I'm not trying to scare anybody. On the contrary, there is a form of security anybody can develop, and once it be lost again. You see, if a man thinks his job represents security and then loses his job, he's lost everything. He finds himself suddenly standing in a world that's turned cold and hostile. He feels lost and doesn't know which way to turn. If you're old enough to remember the Depression of the 30s, you know what I mean. Millions of people with vacant expressions on their faces wondering what hit them, and queuing up in long lines at employment offices waiting for a job to open up, any job. And in the meantime, chinning themselves on the relief rolls. That's not security. The jobs these people had certainly had not represented security. They'd folded at the first sign of an economic slump. Well, if a job is not security, what is? All of us want some security in this changing world. All right, I'll tell you what it is. Security is being an expert at what you now do for a living. Security is being an uncommon person. Security is greatness, and anyone can have it if he'll develop it. Security is never outside a person, it's inside. And if it isn't there, it just isn't any place. You've probably heard the expression, you can't keep a good man down. Well, you can't. You can take a good man and completely wipe him out. Take everything but his mind and his spirit and a wife who's willing to start over, and no matter where you put him, he'll come bouncing right back. In a year, he'll be back where he was when the axe fell. You see, he's got the only security a man can have. It's inside of him. And his wife and kids can feel it when he sits down to the breakfast table with them. You can feel it whenever he enters a room, and you can see it on a man by the way he walks down the street. He's an expert at his business, and he knows it. And while most men are doing just as little as they can to sneak by, he's working harder and studying and planning and growing with his industry and his country. He doesn't feed on the economy, he contributes to it. No matter what your job happens to be at this moment, it's loaded with opportunity. If a man will only think about his job and its application to his industry and our economy and constantly come up with ways to improve it, ways of becoming better at it, in an almost unbelievably short time, he's practically indispensable. The company starts giving him more and more responsibility, and they'll need him even more when times are bad. You get the idea, I'm sure. This is security, and it's the only kind we can develop. George Bernard Shaw once said, I have no use for people who blame circumstances for their position in life. I like people who look for the circumstances they seek, and if they can't find them, make them. Do you know as much about your work as a doctor has to know about medicine, or a lawyer about law? You should, you know. There are no good or bad jobs. It's all in the way we look at them.
The fear of that lost security may still be a problem for some that find it hard to meet challenges. In the bestseller, Psycho-Cybernetics, Dr. Maxwell Maltz presented ways to handle stress and become relaxed. Author Dan Kennedy explains.
It is obviously important to be able to relax and put yourself into a relaxed state when needed. This is what we call strategic relaxation. Relaxation, as we've discussed it here, is not about being a loose, soft, vegged out wet noodle. Instead, it is about being able to perform in a relaxed state even in stressful circumstances. You can count on your servo mechanism to rise to the occasion given a relaxed state. Dr. Maltz provided 2 psycho-cybernetics techniques for strategic relaxation. One is called step in, step out. The other, calm mind, calm body, calm body, calm mind. With the calm technique, you begin by training your servo mechanism to react to the command. Here are Dr. Maltz's instructions for the mental training exercise. Lie down or sit in a comfortable chair and imagine that your body is made up of balloons. There are 2 valves in your feet. They open and the air escapes from your legs. Your legs collapse until they are empty and lay there against the bed. A valve now opens in your chest and your whole body collapses limply against the bed or the chair. Continue this with your arms, neck, and shoulders and head. As the air escapes, envision your worries fizzing away into the ether with it. As the last of the air is leaving, say to yourself over and over again, at least 7 times, calm body, calm mind. As you do this exercise day after day, you'll find the time it takes to start feeling physical relaxation shortens. After using this technique for 3 weeks or so, you'll find that just silently repeating the command will create an instantaneous lessening of tension, physically and mentally. You are setting up the ability to instantly relax on command, anywhere, anytime.
They say that one of the greatest fears that produces huge amounts of stress is the fear of public speaking. Can the exercises Dan spoke of really help? Well, of course they can. You may think that you're not bothered by the fear of public speaking. It's not your job. However, increasing your skill to speak in front of others should be one of your goals. Now, you may not be on stage in front of thousands, but you may find yourself in a boardroom presenting. You may have to give a toast at your daughter's wedding. These times can produce just as much stress for some as appearing on stage. There are ways to handle it. In the program Crystal Clear Communication, Gary Goodman has great advice.
We are fixated on the wrong thing. Typically, when we're experiencing a fear of failure, and that is on us. Try to adopt an I'm doing it all for you attitude when you're about to speak, to borrow from a fast food chain slogan. When you focus on your message, your audience's immediate reactions are de-emphasized. But one of my ultimate tips is to relax until it's too late. Keynote speakers, top salespeople, and big-time athletes face a similar challenge. How do you get up for the game, get ready to do your best, without nervously dissipating your energy or overvaluing the idea of winning at any cost? In other words, how can you stay loose? How can you keep the fun in the experience instead of turning it into a gut-wrenching drag? Something that works for me is to, 1, monitor my nerves, and when they get too jittery, this cues me to take the next step, which is 2, remind myself to get nervous later, not now. I don't put myself down for getting the butterflies, which is an easy trap to fall into as a professional keynote speaker and sales coach. In effect, I say to myself, of course you want to feel nervous, and you'll get your chance later, closer to kickoff time. Then something marvelous happens. I really relax. I enjoy myself.
One of the reasons opportunities like this seem to be more stressful than they should be come from our false expectations. Debbie Ford in The Answers Are Within Us has more on this.
Most of us go about trying to force our will. You know, if I struggle long enough, I'll get outside of it. If I read more books, if I do more audio programs, if I attend more lectures, if I go back to school, if I collect more degrees, if I get rid of the people in my life and get new people in my life, if I do something, if I lose 10 pounds, if I make more money, I'll be able to attain that. And what I'm going to suggest to you is that that's not true. That most of you have tried so many things already. And that futile attempt to fix and change things is a process that only happens inside our story. It's not a problem that we have a story. To have a healthy ego, we need a story. That's our identity. The problem is we believe that's who we are, that our stories become the truth. And as soon as we claim them as the truth, we are that. What beliefs do you hold about yourself that you really believe are the truth? What feelings live inside your story? What are the limitations? And how does it feel to live inside that capsule, to get honest? Because that's part of the process. But we've all had that experience where we know, even if it's just for an instant, that, wow, I could be anything I want. See, most of us forgot that. Some of us forgot it when we were 7, some of us when we were 12, some of us when we were 18, others when we were 35, and we didn't meet those first 10 objectives that we wanted in life. We step out of that place of possibility, which I'm just going to claim is a state of consciousness that lives outside of your story. It lives outside of the limitations of the smallness of your own humanity. And that when we step outside our stories, and if you just want to think about a time maybe when you fell in love, or a time when you just graduated from college, or a time when you finally got something you wanted and you knew the world was yours. That's what it feels like when you live outside your story. When you're outside of your story, there's passion, there's excitement, there's a future that pulls you forward.
A goals program like no other. That's coming up in our next session. Book number 1, Chapter 4, A New Look at Goal Setting. The world is changing, and that requires new ideas about goal setting. That brings us to the program, The New Dynamics of Goal Setting with Dennis Waitley.
Hello, I'm Dennis Waitley, and I'm here to share with you a goal program unlike any other you've ever listened to before. What makes it different? It's based on the fact that the world isn't the same as it used to be. In today's chaotic marketplace, the tried and true employee values of yesteryear fall away as more and more companies are forced to restructure and cut back on their workforce. The dynamics of the industrial marketplace are such that people can no longer be assured that coming to work and just doing what they're told 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. will carry them to retirement age. They're in competition with the person who sits at the next desk or who sits in a similar desk in some other country. They've got to be flexible and adaptable. So what does that mean for you and me? The people who've built up years of experience in one particular area, honing our expertise so that one day we would be rewarded for all our efforts? It means that find what it takes to be a part of the global marketplace. It means we have to readjust our views on what to expect for ourselves and for our families in the second millennium. As John Nesbitt, the noted futurist author, writes, we are moving from the specialist, who is soon obsolete, to the generalist who can adapt. Those who have not prepared themselves to conform to the changes the world has thrust upon them are sadly left behind. Of course, the changes that we are facing because of a fast-moving environment are not only limited to the workplace. With the increase in divorce, remarriage, alternative living arrangements, and other lifestyle situations, families need to be able to remain open and flexible to unique circumstances as well. Change is a worldwide phenomenon, and some countries are more prepared to handle it than others. Recently, I've had the opportunity to study and work with a number of the most successful Japanese companies, including Toyota, Sony, and Fujitsu. At a meeting of top executives in one Japanese organization, the CEO told me the Japanese have an old saying which is relevant to the way we live our lives today. If you haven't seen a man or woman for 3 days, look them over very carefully when you next encounter them, for they will have changed dramatically during that 3-day period. The secret behind Japan's competitive success is that the Japanese are masters of flexible manufacturing technology, the ability to adapt manufacturing processes to changing customer and market requirements and do it fast. The idea that each of us can make incremental continuous improvements every day to reinvent ourselves is the heart of Japan's economic philosophy of Kaizen. Kaizen means getting better, doing more, little by little, every day. Masaki Imai, international management consultant and author of the provocative book Kaizen, which describes how the Japanese seize competitive opportunities quickly, says that change is something most of us take for granted, but do little to anticipate or manage. He said that at a recent executive committee meeting of a large multinational corporation, the chairman of the board began the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, our job is to manage change. If we fail, we must change management. And he smiled, and everyone in the room got the message.
Change is the constant factor that impacts our goals and achievements. Of course, a lot has changed since the 70s, and now as we enter deeper into the 21st century, we have a lot to learn about the new dynamics. Back in the 70s, AC/DC meant crank up the radio for the hard-driving, hard rock band AC/DC. In Roger Dawson's Beyond Goals, AC/DC has a great deal to do with the driving forces that shape your goals.
Let's start out with a little goal setting. Before you start out on a journey, it's a good idea to find out if you really want to go there. I want you to take a leap in faith and assume that if you apply the techniques in this program, they will give you anything you want. Also, I want you to imagine that whatever you decide to go for, you'll never run out of money and your health will stay good. With all of these assurances, I want you to answer the following questions. They will give you a tremendous insight into your driving life force. The four life forces that drive our behavior are AC, DC. Acceptance, control, direction, and competence. And one of these will dominate everything you do in life. If you've been working hard but not getting very far, probably you have been resisting your life force, which means that you think what you've been doing is important to you, but deep down inside, it's empty and meaningless. To make quantum leaps in your success, you must attune what you're doing to your driving life force. Then you'll see how success will flow to you. Knowing the life force that drives your behavior is a major key to going beyond goals, so let's take a look at each of the four separately. First, acceptance. If your driving life force is acceptance, the most important thing in life to you is earning the acceptance of others. Children all go through a phase when this is foremost in their minds, because parents and teachers have trained them to respond to this. For children who are 4, 5, and 6, nothing is more important to them than being liked by their parents and teachers. When they're 7, 8, and 9, nothing beats being liked and accepted by their friends. Then in their teenage years, they often rebel against this and become very individualistic. This can be radical, as in the teenager who wears earrings in his nose and dyes his hair purple, or it can be more subtle, as in the case of the doctor's daughter who enrolls in medical school but deliberately fails as rebellion against merely following her father's will. So to a greater or lesser extent, in one way or another, most of us outgrow our need for acceptance. However, some people never outgrow it, and it becomes the dominant driving force in their lives. The second major drive is control. An obvious example of a control dictator, an Adolf Hitler or Joseph Stalin, the little man who wants to fight back. However, it can be more subtle than that. School teachers, nurses, and psychologists may all be driven by the enjoyment of controlling other people. I've always thought that a top salesperson, the one who has the killer instinct to make a sale, is a control freak. His burning desire to influence people is easy to spot. If he's not selling his product or service, he'll have a pocket full of lottery tickets to unload. When he's not trying to get money from somebody, he'll be persuading them to buy the same make of cars he drives or live in the same part of town. In my mind, the strong turn-on he gets from influencing people is just control dominance in disguise. However, control over other people is only a small part of the picture, because control people also want to be in command of all other areas in their lives. This is the person who won't go to a party unless they know who's going to be there and is so organized that they know exactly where everything is. The third major drive in my AC/DC formula is direction. Very early in life, direction people develop a very stubborn philosophy, and it's unlikely that anything will ever budge them from their beliefs. To them, being right is more important than being loved and respected. What many would criticize as excessive ambition is often a strong sense of direction in disguise. A priest or a minister would be a good example of this, but many successful people develop convictions early in life. If one day 60 Minutes interviews your kindergarten teacher and she says about you, "Oh yes, even way back then you could tell that he would become rich one day," you'll know you're a direction freak. The last of the four dominant traits is competence, characterized by a very strong desire to be excellent at what we do. A good student, one who frequently gets A's in high school, quickly becomes trapped in a competence cycle. She feels appreciated, loved, and respected when she's admired for how well she performs. This often leads her to specialize more and more, because the more she specializes, the more likely it is that people will admire her for her competency. 30 years later, she may end up as the world's top rocket expert or heart surgeon. AC/DC. It's the key to understanding why you do what you do. It's why you are where you are. And it's how you're going to get where you want to go. Which are you? Is your driving life force the need for acceptance, the need for others to like you? Or striving for control, the desire to have control over all elements of your life? Or direction, the need to see your ideas and beliefs prevail? Or is it competence, the need to be good at what you do? You don't have to be a Freudian analyst to believe that what happens to you in your early life has a great deal of effect on your behavior as an adult.
To use this new clear picture of your own profile to get what you want, use this exercise from Brian Tracy's Psychology of Achievement. Notice the one word that pulls you into your future.
Here's a goal-setting exercise. Take a clean sheet of paper and write the word goals at the top of the page, along with today's date. Discipline yourself to write out at least 10 goals that you would like to accomplish in the next year or in the foreseeable future. Begin each goal with the word I. Only you can use the word I with reference to yourself. Follow the word I with an action verb that acts as a command from your conscious mind to your subconscious mind. For example, you could say, I run, I earn, I sell, I achieve, I acquire, I save up. But whenever you follow the word I with an action verb, it's like pushing down a dynamite detonator and it goes kaboom in your subconscious mind. When you write your goals, describe your goals in the present tense, as though they had already been achieved. Your subconscious mind is only activated by a specific language, and it's the language of the present tense. If your goal is to earn a certain amount of money in a certain year, you would say, I earn this amount by this date. If your goal is to get a new car, you would say, I drive such and such a car on such and such a date. This is a clear command from your conscious mind to your subconscious mind. When you write down your goals, always write them in the positive tense. Instead of saying, I will quit smoking, you would say, I am a non-smoker. Instead of saying, I will lose weight, you say, I weigh this number of pounds. Always state your goals as though they were already a reality, as though you had already accomplished them. This activates your subconscious and superconscious minds to change your external reality so that it is consistent with your inner commands. Decide upon your major definite purpose. Once you've written out a list of 10 goals, ask yourself this question. If I could wave a magic wand and achieve any goal on this list within 24 hours, which one goal would have the greatest positive impact on my life? This is a great question. Which one goal, if you could achieve it within 24 hours, would have the greatest positive impact on your life? Whatever your answer to that question, put a circle around that goal. Then, transfer the goal to the top of a clean sheet of paper. Write it down clearly and in detail. Set a deadline on this goal and set sub-deadlines if necessary. Identify the obstacles that you'll have to overcome to achieve your goal, and identify the most important one, internal or external. Identify the knowledge and skills you will need to achieve your goal, and the most important skill that you will have to become excellent in. Identify the people whose help and cooperation you'll require, and think about what you can do to deserve their help. Make a list of everything you'll have to do to achieve your goal, and add to the list as you think of new things to do. Organize your list by sequence and priority, by what you have to do first, and by what is most important. Make a plan by organizing your list into steps from the first to the last, and then resolve to take action on your plan every single day. Plan your goals in terms of the activities that you will have to engage in to achieve it, daily, weekly, and monthly, in advance. And then discipline yourself to concentrate single-mindedly on the most important thing that you can do today until it is 100% complete.
Let's take this exercise one step further with this from Zig Ziglar's program, Goals.
Step number one is you print. Print everything you want to be or do or have. Now you got to be before you can do, and you got to do before you can have. The reason we want to print is simply because it requires greater concentration, and it will move it into our subconscious mind more firmly if we do the printing. I have no way of proving my next statement. I believe it is true. I've read enough to be convinced that it has a considerable amount of validity. I might overstate it slightly. I hope not. I personally am convinced that the greatest benefit which comes from specifically setting your goals is this. It directs your left brain, which means is that you are freeing your right brain for the creativity which it is designed to do. What you will get from it, I believe, in the freeing of that right brain, when you automatically have that left brain directed towards the realistic goals of life, will be enormously valuable. Print everything you want to be or do or have. Put it on a entitled Wild Idea Sheet. Now, just in case you're sitting there thinking, Ziegler, it'll take me 3 days to print down everything I want to be or do or have, let me assure you that by the end of 1 hour, you will have printed 95% of everything you will put on that list at this time. Now, during the next 24 to 48 hours, you might add a few more things. There won't really be that many. But you let it sit after you print it, let it sit from 24 to 48 hours, and then at the end of that period of time, you might have added 3 or 4 things to it. But at the end of that time, you get the list back out and you write one word after each thing you've printed. The word is why. Why do I want to be or do or have? It's easy to print down there the things you want. But are they real goals, real burning desires in our life, or are they just whims? You see, the real task is going to come in finding out what it is we really want, that we really want to work on now, that will make a difference in our life. We're going to start eliminating those things. Now, this is going to sound just a little bit negative, but it really isn't negative. I might as well tell you, folks, you can't have everything you want to be and do and have. The other day, I was going over some of my objectives, and I just wrote down some of the things that I want to do this year. This year. Let's look at some of them. First of all, I would like to take a couple of courses in Bible college. I'd like to have a lot more time with my wife, my children, and my grandchildren. I would like to be conducting more family seminars. I want to get my daily radio program functioning again. I want a daily newspaper column. I want to play golf 5 to 6 days each week. I want to... I want to be active in a lot of the activities going on. For example, I would like to get the advertising of booze off television. I think that's a national disgrace. I would like to also be more active in helping clean up some of the things that are taking place on it. I would like to work in the political campaign and get qualified people in public office. I would like to spend more time fighting pornography. I want to spend more time with my staff. I want to write at least 1 book each year. I want to learn how to speak Spanish. I want to become socially involved with my neighbors. I want to read and research a minimum of 3 and preferably 4 hours each day. I want to spend at least an hour a day jogging and exercising and taking care of my health. I want to be active in the civic and social clubs around here. I want to be able to set a record for those people who are 61 and over at the Cooper Clinic. I want to go to both Russia and China, and I would love to eat Brahms French chocolate almond ice cream 3 times every day. Now, to be realistic, and this is not being negative, I honestly don't think I can do all those things. Would most of you agree with that? So now, what have I got to do? I've got to say no to the good so I can say yes to the best. That's what we want to do, is we want to figure out a way that we can, in fact, work on those things which are really significant. Remember, we printed it down. Second thing we've done, we've asked the question, why? Now, if you cannot articulate in 1 sentence as to why you want to be or do or have, then that thing comes off the list. That's step number 3, shorten that list.
Not doing this exercise has serious consequences. Tony Alessandra in The Optimism Advantage says,
most people aim at nothing in life and hit it sad commentary, but it's true. It's the striving for and the attainment of goals that makes life meaningful. Making and achieving goals helps create the drive that lets us know that we can and we will make a difference where it counts most.
Heaven help us. Is this another boring lecture on goals? Just because people have heard about goal setting often doesn't mean goals are any less important. Remember, optimism is earned through a track record of overcoming obstacles. The greater the obstacles, the more confidence you have that you can achieve more. Setting and achieving goals is a sure road to increased optimism. The last thing we will do in this series is take you through a guided exercise designed to make a lasting difference in your attitudes and actions. For now, we just want to review how goals can provide stepping stones to your optimism advantage.
What makes for passionate, purpose-driven vision? Well, for starters, being able to see the gap between what is and what could be. With an optimistic attitude, you may be able to lay tracks to whole new vistas of opportunities. In discovering your vision, experts look for what they call your defining moment. That's when, as the saying goes, the light bulb goes on. Something clicks in your mind as you realize that you're onto something that truly excites and satisfies you. Not every idea qualifies. It might be initially exciting to you, but to qualify as visionary, your idea should appeal to the values and needs of the people that you're seeking to lead and serve. Your purpose is more powerful and lasting when it fills a real need, not a manufactured one that appeals to you alone. Deepak Chopra says that we all have infinite numbers of choices at any given point in time. However, the correct choice is always the one that brings to ourselves and to other people choice that impacts. Once the light bulb goes on, the work of fashioning a working mission begins. That's what gives purpose, context, and stamina to your defining moment. It's not important that your mission sound good or look sharp on paper. Let it come from your heart so that it grows organically out of what's important in your life and in your world that you hope to serve.
Turn your dreams into actionable goals. That's the topic of our next session. Book number 1, chapter 5. Are goals just dreams? When I was a child, I spoke as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. So it was written in ancient text. Ever had someone tell you to just grow up? Is this really good advice? If having a temper tantrum or becoming more self-centered is being like a child, then yes, it's pretty good advice. If the statement regards dreaming, wonder, amazement, or joy, then not so much. When we were 10, anything was possible. Then life happened. The problem is, for those who take the quote literally, life becomes a compromise to settle for whatever may happen. In the program, No Nonsense System for Wealth Building, author Rick Edelman explains that having a dream is a basic fundamental for goal setting.
What were your visions and dreams and fantasies when you were a kid? Think about it. When you were 7 years old, you probably said, I want a pony. Well, I don't think that's what you would say today. So what are your dreams right now? Think of 5 of your long-held dreams, visions, fantasies. These are things you've probably never said aloud. You may have never said them to your spouse or partner. You may have never verbalized them. I want you to think about it right now. Who are the people that you would like to meet? Is there anyone in academia, science, medicine, law, or education that you'd like to meet? How about the performing arts? Anyone in Hollywood, television, or the theater you'd love to meet? How about the visual arts? Painters, sculptors, architects? How about media? Any authors, journalists, publishers you'd love to meet? How about in government, the legislative, judicial, or executive branches? What about religion? Is there any member of the clergy or leaders from your faith or other faiths that you would love to meet? How about sports? Athletes, coaches, sports writers,
broadcasters? How about business leaders? Fortune 500 CEOs, entrepreneurs, or regulators? How about humanities? People in environment, public health, or education? How about in your own family? Long lost or distant relatives? What events would you like to witness? Everything from the eruption of a volcano, a solar eclipse, a birth, a swearing in of a president. What events would you like to witness? What events would you like to participate in? How would you like to run with the bulls in Pamplona, Spain? How about being involved in the taking of the U.S. Census? How would you like to be involved in archaeological discovery? What events would you like to participate in? What subjects would you like to study? What hobbies would you like to pursue? What sports or physical activities would you like to watch as a spectator? What sports or physical activities would you like to participate in as a player of the game? What parts of the United States would you like to visit? What parts of the rest of the world would you like to visit? It all begins with goal setting. You've got to decide what excites you, what motivates you, what fulfills you. Because you're sitting there at the moment in automation. You're doing the same thing today that you did yesterday, and the same thing that you're going to be doing tomorrow. What you're doing right now is acting on the decisions that you've made before. And this is something that people really have to understand, because decision-making is the key element. Do you understand the point? What goal setting is all about is decision-making. I'm asking you to make a decision. Tell me what would excite you. Tell me of a goal that you would love to accomplish. Most of the things that you do today, you do as a result of a prior decision. The job you have dictates your daily life. Think about it. The time you got up today is dictated by your job. The clothes you put on, dictated by your job. When you left the house, the car you drove, your mode of transportation, all dictated by your job. Where you went to work, what you did during the day, when you eat lunch, where you eat it, what you eat, chances are who you eat it with, all dictated by your job. In other words, you haven't made many decisions at all, have you? Don't tell me that choosing a banana over an apple at lunch is a decision. That isn't a decision, it's the process of elimination. So what we really find is that many people don't make many decisions in their daily lives.
There are many reports that people make decisions based on the way they were raised. Families, economic limitations, lack of education, or addictions are just some of the reasons people say they made bad decisions in their life. Well, most of these things, except the family that you were born into, relate directly to decisions you've made. In the program, How to Be a No-Limit Person, Wayne Dyer explains that it is never too late to have a happy childhood.
You cannot take away a person's childhood unless we're talking about just absolute outright physical abuse, which is a different subject altogether. When we're talking about human beings who lived in a family situation in which their parents, they feel, as children, especially over the age of 4 and 5, kept them from doing all of these kinds of things, that you have to take responsibility for how you reacted to your parents. And this is what I used to always tell my client. You didn't know how to deal effectively with your father. You didn't know how to get what you felt you were entitled to from your mother or from your grandparents or whatever. Yes, but they were bigger and I was like, yes, I understand all of that. You were small and they were large and they set the rules and all that. But you still didn't know how to get what it is that you want. And in families, where there's 3, 4, and 5 children, you'll find that some children in the family are able to figure out how to have a happy childhood, even in a situation which other people would construe as negative. And others are just beaten down by it and feel that somebody else controlled them or did this to them. So that I think it's important to even go back through your whole life and take responsibility for how you reacted. Everything after the age of 4 and 5, I think children take over very early. Now, this is not to say that the influence of a parent isn't significant and can't have a significant effect on a child. But it doesn't do you any good to look back with blame. What you have to do is look back with responsibility, responding with ability. It's never too late to have a happy childhood. That's a very important concept, all right? And people would be in my office and they'd say, well, my mother would never let us roll down a hill and she would never let us get dirty. And one lady said my mother would never let me ride a bicycle. And I say, well, okay, there's a hill over there and there's dirt over there and there's bicycles over here and there's swimming pools over here. And you can virtually have anything that you wanted. And they would say, well, I didn't come here and pay you the kind of money I'm paying you to teach me how to ride a bicycle. I said, well, if you understand that the only reason you don't know how to ride a bicycle is because you've never gotten on one and actually gone through the trial and error that goes with learning anything, and if you stop blaming your mother for the fact that you couldn't stand up to her throughout your life and just go ahead and do it anyway. I mean, if my mother or father or anybody, stepfather that I had, would have told me that you can't ride a bicycle, there's no possibility that I would have paid very much attention to that. Yet you did, for some reason. That's where you were, where I was able to get on a bicycle and make it happen. So you take responsibility for it, always. Then you don't have to spend endless hours in therapy and going through deep analysis to figure out why you were toilet trained harshly, or why your mother liked your sister better, or any of those kinds of things that you hear people using as excuses for why they're not where they want to be in their life.
Those excuses are based more on the images we hold on to rather than actual fact. Jack Canfield in Maximum Confidence points out that it is more important to have images of our future instead of our past.
I have a friend who's a behavioral psychologist. He said self-esteem is real simple. He says that if someone has something they can look forward to, and if they have things about themselves they like, they're going to have self-esteem. So he even teaches teachers in schools when kids come into the door in the morning to shake their hand and say, what are you looking forward to tonight, Johnny? Oh, we're having macaroni and cheese in my house. I really like macaroni and cheese. So the same thing is true as an adult. If I'm going to a meeting and I'm not looking forward to it, I don't feel real good. But if I'm going to a meeting and I look forward to it because I know good things are going to happen, I feel great. So what we want to do is start imagining that good things are always going to happen. Start imagining that I'm always going to be accepted. Start imagining that my proposals get funded, etc.
It's amazing how imagination pulls us forward, even when our possibilities seem impossible. There are limitless stories of people we know of and admire that have risen from their circumstances. Alan Lloyd McGinnis shares such a story in his program, Tapping Your Inner Passion.
Here is a remarkable case of a girl who was born into a very dysfunctional home. Her name is Marguerite Johnson, and they call her Maya. An African-American girl whose parents divorced when she is 3 and her brother is 4. The two of them are put on a train in Los Angeles, bound for Stamps, Arkansas. They have tags around their wrists that say, "To whom it may concern, this is Marguerite and Bailey Johnson Jr. from Long Beach, California, en route to Stamps, Arkansas, in care of Mrs. Annie Henderson. They're being shipped to live with their grandmother." A porter had been charged with their welfare, but he gets off the train the next day in Arizona, and he pins their tickets to Bailey's inside coat pocket. Maya spends most of her childhood growing up in the tightly segregated little town of Stamps. The child is tall, thin as a always breaking things. She has a rebellious streak. When she's 8, her mother's boyfriend rapes her, and she spends days near death in a St. Louis hospital. Then when she recovers, she is virtually mute for more than 4 years. At 15, the girl is shipped to San Diego to spend the summer with her father. There, she gets into a fight with his girlfriend and is badly cut. This time, no one takes her to a hospital. She flees out the back door and sleeps in a junkyard car for a full month. Commenting on that later, she said, "It really wasn't so bad. Several runaway kids were living in the junkyard, and as long as we made ourselves scarce during the daytime, the employees looked the other way." By age 19, she is a single mother with a 3-year-old son and is experimenting with drugs. She has fallen in love with a pimp, and to please him, she is trying to learn to become a prostitute. Anyone in my field of social science, looking at a psychological history such as this one, would assume that there was small hope for this girl, and they would predict a precipitous decline during what would probably be a very short life. But it happens that inside this young woman lay forces stronger than any of the manacles of the underclass. Among other things, there was her zealous love of poetry. And eventually, through a roundabout path filled with setbacks, she became a poet instead of a prostitute. Now fast forward 40 years. The place is Washington, D.C. The date is January 20th, 1993. The occasion is the inaugural ceremony for a new president of the United States. The woman who has been commissioned to read the inaugural poem is Maya Angelou. It's Dr. Maya Angelou now. She is the Reynolds Professor at Wake Forest University, author of 8 books, the recipient of numerous honorary degrees, a member of the Board of Trustees of the American Film Institute, and one of the few women members of the Directors Guild. When this regal woman, now in her 60s, stepped to the lectern and began to read in her deep, melodious voice on the pulse of morning, it invoked strong emotions in millions of us sitting before our television screens, and it gave the lie to Freudian fatalism that says you must be the prisoner of your circumstances. It would be foolhardy to minimize the economic and cultural forces that cripple our urban poor, or to argue that no circumstances lie beyond our control. But in the light of the accomplishments of people such as Dr. Angelou, it would also be foolhardy to deny the vast possibilities within us. No matter how miserable a hand we have been dealt, we have within us the power to create our destinies, to determine our futures.
We call it visualization, to live our goals before they happen. In the program, The Missing Secret, Joe Vitale calls this process Nevelize Your Goals.
So what is nevelize your goal? What's even the word nevelize mean? I coined that word, and it's to give credit to somebody I greatly admire. Neville Goddard was the author of several books, most of which came out in the 60s and 70s. He wrote Out of This World, as well as The Law and the Promise. He was a very mystical speaker. There's a lot of his recordings still traveling around. You can find them on the internet if you type in his last name, Neville, Neville. I published one of his earlier books, which was called At Your Command. And At Your Command is well worth reading because he's basically saying the world is at your command. Tell the world, tell the divinity, tell the universe what you want, and if you're clear, it will come to you. One time, Neville said in a lecture, I urge you to use your imagination lovingly on behalf of everyone and believe in the reality of your imaginal acts. If you have a friend who would like to be gainfully employed, listen carefully until you hear his voice tell you of his new position. Feel his hand clasp yours. See the smile on his lips. Use every sense you can possibly bring to bear into the imaginal scene. Persist until you feel the thrill of reality. Then drop it and let that scene fulfill itself on the outside. Neville was remarkable. I have several autographed copies of his books, and more often than not, he signed it with the phrase, assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Now that's pretty powerful. Assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. The way Neville looked at life is that if you can imagine the end result of whatever your intention was, and you can do it with feeling, in other words, if you can assume the feeling of the wish already done, already fulfilled, already completed, that you would accelerate the process of actually experiencing the end result of your intention. So if your goal is to make $200,000 in sales this year, what does that feel like when you consider already having achieved it? According to Neville, you would achieve it faster if you assume the feeling that intention was already fulfilled. So let's talk about this a little bit. I am a hypnotherapist. I often speak for the National Guild of Hypnotists. I went there 2 or 3 years in a row speaking at their annual convention. I spoke on hypnotic writing and hypnotic marketing and buying trances.
So I know about the power of the mind. I know about the power of visualization. I talk about it. I write about it. It's very key to the success of hypnotherapy. But what I also learned is that when you add feeling to something you're already imagining in your mind, you accelerate the process of it happening. Now, let me explain this. Most people know, and you've heard it maybe in another program somewhere, that if you visualize something, you can start to make it happen. You visualize something and you start to engage the law of attraction. You're going to start to bring it to you because of the visualization. Your mind responds to two primary techniques. It responds to emotion and it responds to pictures. So if you're picturing something, you're visualizing something, you're imaging something, you start to draw it to you because you're sending that signal into your brain, and your brain is what's using the law of attraction at all times. But if you add feeling, if you add emotion plus that image, you now accelerate the process. So what Neville was teaching people way back decades ago, and this is why I so love him enough that I'm paying homage to him by naming this Nevelize Your Goal, he was teaching people to add feeling to whatever it is they wanted. So if you say that you want to have more money, you want to have that relationship, you want to have the car, you want to have the house, you even want to have enlightenment, whatever it is, maybe you're already picturing it. Maybe it's already in your mind. Maybe you're spending time every day just visualizing that goal, and that's wonderful. Please do that. You've been doing nothing wrong by doing that. Now add feeling to it and change the image just a little bit. So what I mean by that, most people who say, I want to go and attract a spouse, I want to go and attract a relationship, I want to go and attract a boost in my income, maybe they write that down, which is a good first step. You're sending a signal into your mind. Maybe they're visualizing it, but most of the time when they visualize it, they're visualizing it as a goal down the road, as a goal that's still to come, not as a goal that's already passed. So what I mean here is, this again is a great second step. Writing it down is a great first step. Visualizing it is a great second step. You want to visualize the end result. So in other words, most people visualize that they are losing weight, or they are visualizing that they are getting new business. Neville was saying visualize the end result. It's already over. It's already accomplished. You've already lost weight. You've already got more business. You've already got the house. You've already got the car. You've already got fill in the blank. So that's part of what he was encouraging you to do, but Neville was big on feeling. And that's the third step. He would say, add feeling. What would it feel like if you already had this achieved?
More about our futures in our next session. Book 1, Chapter 6. Your future will come. The universe expands, and our planet is in a perpetual forward motion. It never goes backwards. So why do we humans think that we can? The past has been carved in stone, and the future will happen. Today, we have a chance to carve that into something we want. In the program, The New Dynamics of Goal Setting, Dennis Waitley talks about what we can do.
When goals are focused and in progression, they produce a driving force in the human mind with awesome creativity and power of accomplishment. One of the most important lessons I've learned is that while we all say we don't have enough time to do justice to our personal goals, each of us has all the time there is. I also learned that none of us really has a time management problem. We really have a dream and goal focus problem. We spend too much energy worrying about the things we want to do but can't, instead of concentrating on doing the things we can do but don't. It is the regret for something we did or didn't do yesterday, and the apprehension of what tomorrow may bring, that's the biggest energy drain on our life force. A dream is your creative vision for your life in the future. It's what you would like life to become. A goal is what specifically you intend to make happen. Goals should be just out of your present reach, but not out of sight. Two great tragedies in life are never to have had great goals for yourself and to have fully reached them so that tomorrow holds no eager anticipation of challenge. Many individuals become spectators, resigned to experience success vicariously through others' accomplishments. They can see success for others, but they can't imagine it for themselves. Dreams and goals are previews of coming attractions in your life. Visualization requires an active use of your imagination. That's why in my work with Olympic athletes and astronauts, we use the technique of VMBR, which stands for Visual Motor Behavioral Rehearsal. Because of the direct relationship between visualization and actual performance, we taught the Olympians and astronauts to be masters in the art of simulation. Trial lawyers and sales representatives simulate by going through their presentations in front of peers in as realistic a setting as possible. Seminar leaders, teachers, actors, and other performers also learn to perfect the art of visualization. I'll never forget what the great Russian sprinter and Olympic gold medalist Valery Borzov told me in an interview about his approach to the 100-meter sprint finals. Borzov said, "By learning to draw a mental picture of the race while I was still in the starting blocks, I was able to react to the starting gun with split-second speed. And when the shot was fired, my inner computer, programmed to get me out of the motionless state, switched on and took over, projecting me forward about 10 meters ahead of where I was actually running." The beauty of the simulation skill is that it allows you to perform and get it right without the fear of failure creating stifling or choking pressure. With visualization, you can elevate your self-image. Setting new sights and reaching for new heights is no longer an uncomfortable prospect. It's an exciting, stimulating challenge. My studies of high achievers have shown me that no matter how different their personalities, their work habits, or their occupations, those who have accomplished much in life have visualized and expected success in their endeavors. They have had the ability to picture vividly their successes and to reassure themselves in the face of long odds and difficult obstacles that they will come through them. You and I have to make a decision, and I'd like you to consider making it right now as you listen to this message. Are we going to move into the 21st century of unparalleled change and opportunity by default or by design? Are we going to live by default? Will we, without much conscious effort on our part, allow circumstances and others to dictate to us the major decisions in our lives and thus determine who we are and what we will become? Will we let others define and limit our level of success? Will we go with the flow as regulated and channeled by others, unconcerned about where we are going? Or will we take action and start living by design? Are we letting our imaginations roam freely across the terrain of all possibilities, resting lightly on those that might become probabilities, and eventually choosing those that we desire to pursue into reality, all the while never shutting ourselves off from the full vista of opportunities around us? Are we allowing ourselves to think bigger today than we did 10 years ago? Are we challenging ourselves to rise above our circumstances and see our world from a new, higher perspective? When asked, "How are you doing?" so many people say, "I'm doing fine under the circumstances." Get out from under the circumstances. Get above the circumstances and choose a new set of life-forming goals to pursue. 1. Are these really my goals? Do they reflect my desires and values, or have I stated someone else's goals? A parent, spouse, professor, or manager, perhaps. 2. Are these goals big enough and high enough? Have I captured a full measure of what I want out of life with these goals, or have I left something important out? 3. Are these goals simple enough? Do they get to the heart of what I want out of life, or are they too complex to achieve? And 4. Are these goals positive? Positive goals belong to us. They express our inner selves. Negative goals usually are offered by others. They express what we perceive others to see lacking in us or flawed in us.
These are all great questions to ask ourselves. In the program, The Psychology of Achievement, Brian Tracy asks it this way.
What goals would you set for yourself if you had no limitations at all? Some people have a basic premise that they're limited. They're not as creative as others. They're not as smart as others. They're not as academically astute as others. They don't have as high an IQ as others, and so on. But the question is, what if you had all the brains and all the ability and all the intelligence and all the money and all the friends and contacts in the world, and you could have anything? You have no limitations. So eliminate those basic premises and replace them with good basic premises. What goals would you set for yourself? What would you do differently? If you were financially independent today and you could do, be, or have anything in life, what changes would you make immediately? Let's say you won the lottery. You're suddenly fabulously wealthy. What changes would you make in your life immediately? And whatever changes you would make if you won a lot of money, begin thinking about making those changes today, because those are obviously obstacles to your success and happiness, or they're obviously keys to what you're put on this earth to do. The great oil billionaire H.L. Hunt was once asked, what are the keys to success? And he said, the keys to success are to understand that you first of all have to know exactly what you want. Second of all, you have to determine the price you'll have to pay. And third of all, you'll have to resolve to pay that price. He said, success is very simple. It comes after you've paid the price. He says, first, you do what you have to do, and second of all, you get the results. And it's not the other way around. Many people say, well, as soon as I get the things I want, I'll pay the price. As Earl Nightingale used to say to the stove, as soon as you give me some warmth, I'll put some wood in. But that's not the way it works. And by the way, how can you tell how much of the price of success that you've already paid? Simple. Just look at the conditions of your life. Because by the law of cause and effect, whatever you've put in, you've gotten out. By the law of sowing and reaping, whatever you're reaping today is a result of what you've sown in the past. And you have complete control over what you sow in the present. If you want something different in the future, you have to do something different now.
Seeing as how we are sharing questions, here's an important one from Earl Nightingale.
Have you ever thought you might like to get rich? No, I'm not kidding. You know, people don't get rich by accident as a rule. They plan it that way. I can tell you how to get rich. But from then on, of course, it's up to you. Now, it's a 3-step process, and you don't have to worry much about competition. Very few people will even try. Now, it's a game any number can play. There's plenty of money around, more than enough for the few who will go to the trouble to enter the big game. And money in the world of today is a nice thing to have knocking around. We tend to think of money not so much as a pile of cash, but rather in the light of the things it will produce. A lovely home, college for the kids, travel, long vacations, a good wardrobe, and financial independence and security in our old age. No, there's nothing wrong with money. Not a thing. So if you want to get rich, and riches are relative, $20,000 a year would be riches to a lot of people. For others, it would be $1 million. But regardless of how much you need to be rich, the same system will work. So get out your pencil and write down the 3 rules for getting rich. You can get started right away if you want to. Here they are. Rule number 1, and actually this is the hardest rule of the 3. The first rule is to make up your mind that there's no good reason why you can't get the money you and your family want. Your family may have been poor for as far back as you can trace your family tree, but it doesn't mean a thing. Remember that with the wealthiest families in the world, way back somewhere, some one person had to start the ball rolling. It all started with one poor individual with a good idea, in every case. Now, if other people can get rich, so can you. You've got just as much on the ball, and in many cases, very probably a lot more than a lot of people who have nabbed the golden ring on life's merry-go-round. The largest industrial empire in the country was started by the idea of one single individual. And they started that way for small business. And you don't have to go into business for yourself to get rich. But make up your mind that if others can do it, so can you. Now that's rule number 1, and it's vital. Rule number 2, decide on the exact amount you want to earn, and set a time limit for yourself. Now be realistic and sensible. Ask yourself what your qualifications are and set a reasonable amount in a reasonable length of time. Make up your mind at the same time that you're going to concentrate on this exclusively until you've reached your goal. And rule number 3, the magic formula for financial success has never changed since the first coins were minted in Asia Minor. Give it to you in 6 words. Find a need and fill it. That's your part of the bargain. Nobody can lead a person by the hand to success. This is what the individual himself must accomplish. And this is what makes it one of the most interesting games in the world. Find a need and fill it. There's a lot more opportunity today than in our fathers or our grandfathers' days. The way to find the need is to look where you are right now. Don't go afield into strange areas in which you have no experience. 3 steps to riches. 1, make up your mind you can do it if others can, and they're doing it every day. 2, decide on the amount you want. And 3, find a need and fill it. Easy? No, but it works.
These questions may leave you feeling overwhelmed at times. Well, there's a way to handle that. David Allen has the answer for his program, Getting Things Done.
Have you ever, at any time, felt a little bit overwhelmed, confused, kind of back up against the wall, so much to do, and you're unclear, and you sat down and you made a list and you felt at least a little bit better. Ever do that? I'll bet you have. Well, if you'd actually figured out why that worked, in other words, you felt better, nothing changed in your world out there, all you did was get the stuff out of your head that you're committed to and look at it, and you felt better. Now, if you'd actually sat down and figured out why and how that works, you would never keep anything in your head the rest of your life. Certainly no commitments ever. So everybody has these experiences. Well, gee, I feel better, but they obviously don't seem to have figured out why that worked. That's what I did. I sat down and said, look, how come nothing changed in your world, but I got myself to feel better, feel clearer, feel more in control, more focused by doing this kind of behavior? And I figured out what the underlying technique and principle was. And if you figure that out like I did, you could then apply that all the way across your life forever. So much like a scientist, and I'm not really a traditionally trained psychologist, I'm just, as I call it, a practicing human being. What I did was figure out why those kind of behaviors work and then started applying in my life and worked with a lot of other people in trying to apply these techniques, and without fail, they work. In other words, anytime you have any kind of commitments in your life and you get them all out of your head so that you can look at them objectively, you will feel better, you will have more clarity, you'll make better decisions. Now, it just seems to be that people often have to wait until they feel really bad before they do things that make them feel a little bit better. I just figured out, look, that makes you feel a little bit better. Let's feel better all the time.
A key point is to realize you can only control so much. Larry Winget in Get Out of Your Own Way has more on this.
You know what? There are a lot of things you don't have any control over. You have no control over what gasoline costs. None. Don't worry about it. You can't do anything about it. If it went to $15 a gallon, all you could do is sit on your butt, not drive your car, and whine about it. How much good would that do? You have no control, really, over what groceries cost. You have no control over whether the government bails out another big corporation or an entire industry or not. You can't do anything about that. The only thing you can do about it are the things within your own control, the things you have power over. And what I want you to do is stop worrying about everything you can't control and start being concerned about what you can control. You can control your life. You can control your own level of consumption. You can control how much you spend, how deep in debt you go, how much you weigh, how much you exercise, pretty much how healthy you are. You can control your relationships. You can control how much time you spend with people. You can control the level of energy you put into something. All of those things are within your control. Stop abandoning that level of control and instead take control of the things you can control, that you can handle, that you can manage, and let go of the things you can't. And when you do that, I promise you, that action alone, becoming responsible for the things that you can control, that will turn your life around forever. You will see amazing changes.
The first order to control is to get a handle on where you were going, according to Zig Ziglar in his bestseller, Goals.
You absolutely must have goals. Now, I want to stress, goals work for individuals, they work for families, they work for companies, and they work for nations as well. The basic problem that we face is this. Most people, when they're busy working on the job, they get to thinking, you know, I really ought to be spending more time with my family. And then when they're spending time with their family, get to think, you know, I really ought to be out there working for my family. And when they're out there working with their family or for their family, their mind is back home. And when they're back home, their mind is back out there in the field. Then they tell everybody, well, I don't ever have time for anything. No wonder you're always traveling. You see, the truth is, most people, when they're at work, their mind is at play. When they're at play, their mind is at work. So they're neither working nor playing wherever they are, that is wasting time, any way you look at it. Now, one of the beautiful things about having goals and directions is the fact that you will be able to work when you work and play when you play. I will not suggest that you work harder. As a matter of fact, by the time we get through, you will probably end up working less. But when you're on the job, you will be on the job. You will be working infinitely more effectively when you work in this manner. And you will have that balance of life. We say it so many times in so many different ways. There's there's a difference between standard of living and quality of life. And we're going to be looking at quality of life because that's the significant thing. Now, please understand, everybody has goals. One of your goals, for example, if you're in your car listening to this recording, one of your goals was to listen to this recording. Everybody has goals. But we want to get a little more involved in that. We really want to get involved so that we know exactly what we're doing and why we're doing it, and we can get much better results. They did another study on those seniors who had graduated from Yale. And in the two areas which they could measure, that is their financial accomplishments and their career accomplishments, the 3% who had taken all of the 7 steps had accomplished more than the 97% who had not. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is absolutely overwhelming. You must have those goals. You cannot make it as a wandering generality. You must become a meaningful specific. A lot of people go to work tomorrow because that's what they did yesterday. And if that's the reason you're going to go tomorrow, you won't be as good as you were yesterday because now you're 2 days older and you're no closer to the goal, which you do not have.
In our next session, we will explore your intentions and how they shape your vision of the future. Book number 1, Chapter 7, Your Vision. Visions begin when we see the way the world is, and in our mind's eye, we see the way the world can be. Coming up in this chapter, Tony Alessandra explains.
How do you get a vision? A vision comes from recognizing the gap between what is and what could be. What could be is the vision.
More from Tony with an example of a success story about one high-tech company that found their vision and disrupted an entire industry is coming up in just a moment. This is a profound chapter as we begin to explore the difference between a goal and a vision. A goal is something that can be measured in a number of metrics. A vision, on the other hand, is for the long-term, big picture. Your vision is your concept of your purpose. Goals achieved are the steps along the way. Visions sometimes can take a lifetime to come true, and sometimes visions only become fulfilled after you're gone. Could be the vision involves your children and their children. Others may experience the full measure of their vision coming true in their time. It could take a 40-year plan, the way Robert Schuller planned the building of his church. His vision came to him when he was just 5 years old. Upon completing his education, he moved to California, where he began his ministry in a rented drive-in theater. He promoted his services, "Come as you are, worship in your car."
Welcome aboard, Captain.
In his early days, he set goals for his 40-year plan. In the bestseller, Tough Times Never Last, Tough People Do, he explained,
"If you have a dream, you have everything, including an awful lot of problems. I dreamed of the day when I would reach my goals, I would achieve, I would find self-satisfaction in winning and witnessing the realization of a dream come true. I dreamed of the day I could trade my problems off for the prize. I proceeded to establish a 40-year plan. I wanted to build one of the greatest churches in the world. I believed then, and still do today, that the church is the only institution in human society that is totally committed to keeping faith alive in the hearts of men. And without this dynamic religious faith, the human race is doomed. Well, I felt a successful church would consist of about 6,000 members. So I divided 40 years into 6,000 members and concluded I would have to win 150 members a year, and then in 40 years I would be a success. Well, I worked hard. I poured my life into the church. As a result, I learned that great dreams of great dreamers are never fulfilled. They are always transcended. After only 15 years, my church had reached the 6,000 mark. We were successful. To pursue a problem-free life is to run after an elusive fantasy. It doesn't happen. Every problem has a limited lifespan. Every mountain has a peak. Every valley has its low point. Life has its ups, downs, its peaks and valleys, and no one is up all the time or down all the time. Problems do end. They do go away. They are all resolved in time. That's why we can say tough times do not last.
Robert Schuller was no stranger to the fact, sow before you grow. He was raised on a farm and witnessed year after year how the farmer turns the earth and plants the seeds for day. Not for immediate gratification. It'll take months before any results. Sometimes it's a 40-year plan. The work is not over on that first day of planting. We all know that there will be many days of watering, weeding, and fighting off pests before there will be any fruit at all to harvest. All this effort takes focused energy over the long haul. In the program, The New Dynamics of Goal Setting, Dennis Waitley speaks of two types of energy. One kind will drive us over time.
No better example of focused energy can be found than that in laser technology. A laser is an example of a powerfully concentrated form of energy. The word laser is an acronym for light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. Basically, it's a rod of light that strengthens or amplifies light energy. A laser produces a beam of very pure light in which all the waves are exactly in step and of exactly the same wavelength. A floodlight, being unfocused and non-directional, illuminates a general area but has no real power to do anything more than flood a general area with light. With vague, non-specific goals, individuals may be likened to thousands upon thousands of floodlights, all trying to find their way somewhere, somehow, and hoping to project enough light to be noticed and appreciated for being there. An individual with focused, concentrated goals is like a laser. A laser compared to a floodlight can do a variety of spectacular things, from performing delicate eye surgery to triggering a thermonuclear explosion. It can carry over 100,000 times more information than a telephone line and can produce 20,000 lines of print in 60 seconds. It can drill through something as hard as a diamond or as soft as rubber. Scientists believe that in the future, lasers will help us communicate with distant galaxies and propel rockets and starships faster than we can imagine and more economically than today's airplanes transport us around the country. 30 years ago, no one had ever seen a laser beam. But in the 21st century, through laser fusion, this concentrated form of light may provide the world with unlimited energy to meet every human need for survival and growth. Laser technology and goal technology are based upon the same scientific principles. When light waves are concentrated and in step, they produce a beam of pure light with incredible power. When goals are focused and in progression, they produce a driving force in the human mind with awesome creativity and power of accomplishment.
The high-tech world is changing with laser-like speed. In the program, How to Gain Power and Influence with People, Tony Alessandra shares the vision created by a problem that changed a vital part of the tech world.
If you're interested in influencing the thinking and actions of other people, you must have some sort of vision. You believe you have a better sales plan, a better way to run the school board, a better solution for reducing healthcare costs, or an environmentally friendly mousetrap. How well can you articulate that vision? You'll have more opportunities to perfect your vision along the way during this program, but take some time now to identify it. What's the vision that you'd like other people to pay attention to? Are you satisfied that your vision is something that will get others excited? Does it get you excited? In 1982, Patricia Gallup and David Hall had a vision for a mail-order company that offered computer software and accessories. They invested $8,000 of their own money to launch PC Connection in the little town of Marlow, New Hampshire. By 1990, annual revenues were over $100 million, and they were the industry leader. In his book, Second to None, Charles Garfield describes Gallup's vision. It began when David ordered a car stereo through the mail. It broke down, and he called the company for help. They informed him that he'd have to send it back to the manufacturer in Japan. There wasn't anyone in the company who could help him. PC Connection offers a guarantee that prevents this kind of frustration. They'll replace any product and give free technical support to any customer who needs it. Now, you might think that that means their prices are higher. After all, direct mail can be a cutthroat business that maintains low prices by giving little support. But their vision was to offer the best prices and the best service and support. The company's knowledgeable staff not only answers calls from their 800 number, they also rewrite the installation instructions that come with the products if they aren't clear. PC has also built its own video studio in order to create videotape training for some of its more complicated software items. That's certainly a far cry from companies that make you return products to manufacturers in foreign countries. PC communicated its vision through ads that stressed information, not hype. When you read a print ad of theirs, you learned something, even if you didn't order anything. Gallup says that part of her inspiration came from studying anthropology in college. She was particularly interested in the development of primitive tools. So she combined her knowledge about the evolution of tools with Hall's experience of getting a tool through the direct mail that didn't work. And bingo! A vision is born for a very successful company. Their vision has changed the way that the entire electronics industry looks at mail order. How do you get a vision? A vision comes from recognizing the gap between what is and what could be. What could be is the vision. In order to have the power to influence the thinking and actions of other people, a vision needs to be grounded in reality. It needs to appeal to the values and needs of the people you're attempting to enlist in creating what could be.
What concern is pulling you into the future? Have you found a problem that you can fix? In the program, The Power in You, Wally Amos has this advice.
If it is to be, it is up to me. Let me repeat that, and then I want us all to say that together, because affirmations are really powerful. Let's all say that together, loud and clear, too. If it is to be, it is up to me. Now, those 10 two-letter words contain an incredible amount of truth. It's a matter of taking charge of your life and replacing your negative habits with positive habits. If you take responsibility for changing your life, you'll stop blaming others or the past for your dissatisfaction. You'll find out you're a partner in the great dance of life, and you'll be able to clearly see that the past holds no mortgage on the future.
So if it really is up to me, then what do? While many sit around and complain about the past, others turn their problems around and create a powerful vision. Joe Vitale talks about the steps to take to accomplish this in his program, The Missing Secret.
You state your intention by the negativity and turning it around 180 degrees so it becomes your state of intent. So, again, if you were focusing on a bad back, well, what's 180 degrees from that? You have a perfectly healthy back. If you were focusing on a car that's broken down, what would be 180 degrees from that? I have a car that is totally safe and reliable. If you've been focusing on, I can't make my payments at the end of the month, or I'm not getting enough sales, or my business isn't growing as fast as it could, well, what's 180 degrees from that? And it might be something like I make more than enough money. My business has increased by 30%. I have sales coming in faster than I can tally them. Whatever the intent is for you is what you want to declare. That's all about step 2. Now, I have to confess to you that this is incredibly powerful. When you state your intention, you are aligning the forces within yourself, your body and your mind, to go in one particular direction. What that means is, when you state an intention, your thoughts start to go in that direction. Your energy within your body starts to go in that direction. You have realigned your whole body and mind system. You've given it a new target. Most people bounce around in life. They have no goals. They have no apparent control. And what they're doing is just going with the flow, and they're just being bounced by circumstances. They don't realize they have more power than they ever thought before. Part of the way to push the button to engage that power to go in the direction you want is to state your intention. That's all about step 2. Something magical happens, though, when you state your intention. Not only do your thoughts and your emotions, your behaviors start to go in a new direction, they start to go in the direction of your target, but the world seems to reorchestrate itself. It seems to move the pieces on the chessboard of life to put you in the situation to attract what you want, or to put other people in the situation to fulfill what you want. This becomes on the level of miraculous, but I've seen it happen again and again. When people state their intent, you move yourself, but the universe gets moved too.
Stating your intent helps to change your future, but it's more than just making a statement. Intentions are one thing, results are another. Roger Dawson explains the different ways we can think in his program, Beyond Goals.
Psychologists line up in 3 camps when it comes to helping their patients achieve more. First, the people in the cognitive camp who concentrate on thinking, imaging, emotions, and feelings. Cognitive therapists believe that the way you think is the key to the way you behave. That to change your future, you must first change the way you think, and that will lead to a change in behavior. Second are the people in the behavioral camp, who concentrate on what people do rather than why they do it. Behavioral therapists believe that our past has conditioned us to behave the way we do, and the way we behave causes us to think the way we do. In the third camp are the metaphysicians. Most people know them as positive thinkers, who believe that thought alone controls your future. I'm not knocking positive thinking. There have been many times in my life when a shot of it was just what I needed. If you motivate someone who's going in the wrong direction, you'll help them get there faster, but they'll still show up in the wrong place. So those are the choices you have. The cognitive camp telling you to change the way you think, the behavioral camp telling you to change what you're doing, and the motivators telling you that there's not a thing wrong with you, and there's nothing you can't do. The philosophy of any of these groups will help you achieve your goals, but if you want to go beyond goals, you must decide which one is right for you. Imagine that you're racing off down the road to success. At first, it's like the start of the New York Marathon. Tens of thousands of people are on the same road racing for the same prize. Soon, most of the others fall behind, and you're out in front with just a few hundred people. Suddenly, the road to success forks into 3 branches.
Vital signs.
The people ahead of you are all going off in 3 directions. Consider the options. Whom do you want to follow? Off to the right are the positive thinkers and metaphysicians. They believe that all you have to do is think about your goal and it will happen. It's tempting to follow the positive thinkers as they skip off into the sunset. It looks like the easiest way, and they do seem happy. By the way, have you ever seen a metaphysician's map? It has "You are here" written all over it. These positive thinkers are talking excitedly about a study done with basketball players, which they claim proves you don't have to practice shooting baskets to get better. You can lie down and just think about doing it and get the same effect. Wouldn't it be wonderful if that were true? Perhaps if we wanted to become President of the United States, all we'd have to do would be to lie down and think about it, and soon the Marine Band would show up at our door playing "Hail to the Chief." Sure beats kissing all those babies. To me, this kind of thinking is an extension of the unrealistic goals that we often have when we're young. Ask your 15-year-old son what he wants to become, and he might say, "I'm going to become a world-famous rock musician like Ozzy Osbourne." So you say, "But you don't know how to play a guitar." "Yeah, I know, but that's not going to stop me." "But you don't even know how to read music." "Neither does Ozzy Osbourne." "Dad, you're so out of touch. You don't have to know any of that stuff to be a rock musician." That's the equivalent of saying, "Flap my wings and fly down to Mexico for the winter? No problem." The problem with young ambition is that it hasn't learned the law of cause and effect. You can't just imagine yourself becoming a world-famous musician and expect it to happen just because you want it so much. When Earl Nightingale said, "You become what you think about," he didn't mean that's all you have to do. Trust me on that. I knew Earl Nightingale. Earl Nightingale was a friend of mine. He meant that thinking in that manner would create a new self-image and would then cause you to do the things you had to do to get where you want to go. As we go into our 20s, we learn the law of cause and effect. If we really want to be president, we must devote a lifetime to learning how to play politics. Then we must shake thousands of hands and raise millions of dollars. Lyndon Johnson even had that down to a science. Every hand I shake is worth 150 votes, he would say, because they'll all tell other people what a great guy I was to shake their hand, and then they'll tell even more people. As we get older, we learn that if we want to lose weight, we have to quit drinking alcohol, eat less, and exercise more, not expect a miracle. That if we want to become rich, we have to become a better person, more skilled, more persistent, more motivated. So we're tempted to follow the positive thinkers and metaphysicians shortcuts to success. But we have an uneasy feeling that it may be too good to be true. Next, we watch the cognitive thinkers going off on the road to the left to see if what they're saying makes sense. They say that it isn't as simple as the metaphysicians and positive thinkers would have you believe. That changing the way you think will change the way you behave, and that's what makes you successful. How would that relate to shooting baskets? It means that if you believed you could become a good basketball player, you'd want to try shooting some baskets and see if you were any good at it. Then if you found out that you were terrible, you'd be in control of your thoughts enough to persist until you did get good. That makes more sense. Changing the way you think probably would lead to changing the way you behave. However, there's a third branch on the road to success, and I want us to go down it together. It's the way taken by behavior shapers, who say that if you change your behavior even the smallest amount and reward that change, it will lead to improved performance, and that's what changes your thinking. Behavior shapers say that if you want to get good at shooting baskets or anything else, start doing it in a supportive environment and keep on doing it until you become a master at it. If something's worth doing, it's worth doing poorly until you can get good at it. You could pay a therapist $1,000 to find out why you have a tendency to start doing something and then quit before you see things through. A therapist would probably do a great job of teaching you why you think the way you do. He or she may even be able to change the way you think. However, you have another choice. The other choice you have is simply to change the way you behave. Don't pop out the tape. Just keep your finger away from that eject button. Isn't that an incredible shortcut? I'm not even sure that understanding why you do counterproductive things is going to help you anyway. Albert Ellis, the brilliant founder of the Rational Emotive School of Therapy, says this: insight will help you very little. You think that your knowledge of how you got disturbed will make you less neurotic? Drivel! It will often make you nuttier. Albert Ellis is my kind of guy. By now you know that I believe that what you do is far more germane to your success than how you think. If you feel that you're capable of achieving more than you've done so far, it's a good bet that your behavior stands between you and where you want to go. In short, you're doing something wrong. The question is, why do you do things that are clearly not in your best interests? Why do you fail to do the things that would make your life easier, richer, and more fun? There's no question that William James was right when he said that you can change your circumstances by changing the way you think. Remember, however, that changing your attitude doesn't get you anywhere unless it leads to a change in behavior. Somewhere down the line, thoughts have to turn into action. So the real purpose of changing the way you think is that a change in thinking leads to a change in behavior.
The actions needed takes courage. And that's the topic for our next chapter. Book number 1, Chapter 8, Courage. Are you a principled person of vision? So far in this program, we've touched on finding your vision for your future. We know that visions are far more than dreams. We could title this chapter, Dreamers Don't, Visionaries Do. So what does it take? It takes courage to go beyond and help ordinary people do extraordinary things. In the program, this I believe, Vic Conant has some examples in courage.
If you look at the most revered people in history, the people who have done the most for the world,
Captain.
the people that have pushed society forward, you'll invariably find
that a major characteristic of those individuals is courage. But what is courage? S.J. Rackman, a Canadian psychologist who has devoted his career to studying fear and courage, says that many people think of courage as fearlessness. However, Rackman defines courage as perseverance in the face of fear and stress. Here's my take on it. Courage is a personal strength, which equates to the ability to act. It's the ability to act, sometimes performing extraordinary feats in spite of fear. It's the ability to act in spite of overwhelming opposition. It's the ability to act in spite of hardship, despair, and sometimes imminent personal physical danger. In other words, it's the ability to act when others of lesser courage will not. No wonder we revere people of courage. Here's a quick two-part question for you. Who's the most courageous individual you've personally known? Next, who's the most courageous person you can identify throughout history? After you've come up with your answers, give some thought to what were the courageous characteristics that caused you to choose these individuals. My personal favorite individual that exemplifies courage is Winston Churchill. At the end of World War I, Churchill was in charge of the British Navy. After a major naval defeat, he was removed from office and then had to endure more than 20 years of the total rejection of his political views. He admittedly suffered some very low times, but he never wavered on his beliefs. His views were eventually proven correct when the Germans swept through Europe, and Churchill was the obvious choice to become Britain's wartime prime minister. Everyone automatically looked to him in this time of need because they knew where he stood. He also displayed courage in battle, putting himself in harm's way over and over again. His personal courage and determination helped inspire an entire nation to continue to resist a force that at the time must have seemed to most insurmountable. It's a great example of how strong an influence the courage of one person can be. And yet Churchill wasn't a likely person to become courageous. According to Stephen Mansfield in his book, Never Give In, The Extraordinary Character of Winston Churchill, Winston didn't have physical strength or towering stature. He was neglected, ridiculed, and misused by friends and family alike. He was brought up in the leisure class, which seldom produces principled men of vision. However, in spite of all that, he developed a staggering moral and physical bravery. Stephen Mansfield goes on to say about courage, "It cannot be taught, though it can be inspired, and it normally springs from something like faith or resolve, a commitment to something larger than oneself. It can burst forth instantly, as though awakened by a sudden jolt, but more often it waits in silence until aroused by some pressing challenge. What is certain of courage, though," he says, "is that true leadership is impossible without it." Great words. Let me repeat a few of his words that are critical for many of our listeners. True leadership is impossible without courage. Churchill himself said of courage, "Courage is rightly esteemed the first of human qualities, because it is the quality that guarantees all others." I think Mansfield is right to say that it would be difficult to teach someone to operate at, as he says, the staggering level of courage of a Churchill or a Gandhi or a Martin Luther King, though I'm not totally convinced of that. However, it's been proven that courage can be taught, and that's incredibly important for any of us who would like to increase our courage in some area of our lives.
Courage can be taught along with a lot of other attributes of being a winner. But what about the game of golf? That's right. What does an early morning tea time have to do with courage? Peter Thompson in The Secrets of the World's Greatest Achievers has a golf story to top all golf stories. And it proves a point about courage.
One of the ways in which I get my exercise is by playing golf. Now, some would say that's not exercise, it's a game. However, as I play and practice quite a bit of golf, I can assure you there's quite a lot of exercise going on. Now, on that golfing theme, and to focus our minds on what it really takes to be one of the great achievers, I want to share with you an intriguing story I heard from a presenter at a seminar where I was also speaking and acting as the master of ceremonies. The seminar's focus was sales and customer service, and the speaker in question was the sales director of a major mobile phone supply company. The speaker was an Irishman named Peter also. He explained that as a younger man, He'd been a fanatical and very good golfer, and after years of practice had been picked to play for his country in a youngsters' amateur match against a Welsh team. His claim to fame was that he'd played in that match against the subsequently famous Welsh golfer Ian Woosnam. In case you're not fully aware of how much Ian has achieved in his career, let me just give you a couple of highlights before I return to the story. This is relevant to the points I'm going to make. He was born in 1958 and turned pro in 1976, aged just 18. He finished in the top 12 of the European Order of Merit for 12 successive years, during which time he won in excess of $6.3 million in prize money in Europe alone. During that period, he twice finished in the #1 position of the European Tour Order of Merit. In 1987, he became the first player to win £1 million in prize money in a single year. In 1991, he won his first event in the United States, and in the following weeks, he took over the world #1 position and won his first major championship, the US Masters at Augusta. He held this position in the world ranking for a then record 51 consecutive weeks. And after many successful years as a top world player, he was appointed as the Ryder Cup captain for the British and European team. A very successful career, I'm sure you'd agree. Okay, back to the story. Peter explained that his match against Woosnam was exciting. Coming up the 17th hole, he was one up with only 2 holes to play, and it looked like a reasonably comfortable win. However, Woosnam won the 17th and the 18th to win the match. Peter continued the story. We went into the clubhouse to have a few beers and celebrate or commiserate with each other. The evening wore on and everyone was having a great time. Suddenly, one of the players noticed a light in the field a little way from the clubhouse, and some concern was expressed as the club had been having some trouble with vandals. Off the players went to investigate, certain that a group of young fit men laced with a few pints of Guinness could handle any trouble that was brewing. When they got to the practice ground where the lights had been seen, they found Woosnam and his parents. The light was caused by the headlamps of their car shining down the range so that Woozy could keep on practicing. Peter told us that he was surprised that Woosnam was still practicing and explained that they'd come out to see what the light was. He shook hands with Ian and everyone trooped back to the clubhouse bar. Young Woozy must have been practicing hard. My palms are wet from shaking hands with him, Peter told a colleague. And then in horror, looking at his own hands, realised that they were covered in blood. Yes, despite having just won his match, Woosnam had practiced long enough and hard enough that his hands were bleeding. Peter concluded his story by saying, "It was at that point that I realised that I'd never been a top professional golfer. I just didn't have what it took." A moving story, and certainly one from which you and I can take a number of important and relevant points for our own personal development. Here are my thoughts. To start with, after any action, it's imperative that we analyse what happened. What went right? What went wrong? What could be improved? What could I do differently next time? Could I prepare better? The list goes on and on. Just think in how many ways and in how many situations you and I could use this thought. After a meeting with a customer, after a meeting with a colleague, after a meeting with, well, almost anyone, anywhere, anytime. What a difference it would make to our subsequent actions if we took the time and thought to analyse what we'd done, the results we'd achieved, and what could be learned from the experience. Next, the story prompts me to think very carefully about the goals I have. Do I really want these goals? Really want them? Am I certain that I know precisely what the goal is and can see the road forward to its attainment? What am I prepared to do to achieve the goal? What pain will I go through? Bleeding hands or more or less? Am I prepared for delayed gratification, knowing that I must put in the work today, whilst the pleasure, the results, the feelings of success may not come until tomorrow, or perhaps even years into the future? Just how much do I want this? You see, if we look at ourselves as though we were a business, the question that immediately springs to mind is, if your life was a business, would you invest in it? If shares in you were available to be purchased, would you buy them? Would others? Certainly an idea worth considering. I'm certain that by either a discussion of Woosnam's story with friends and colleagues, or some time of quiet reflection on its message, you and I can create a focus in our lives, the like of which we may not have experienced before. The story moved me when I first heard it, and its retelling, it has moved me again. I hope the same is true of you.
Okay, here's another story of courage and bloody hands. We all know the Jesus story and how he ended up as a man. Now, no matter what your faith or absence of faith is, here's a story of vision and the steps along the way to see it materialize. Years ago, there were over 600 religious laws. And you think the top 10 are hard to manage. Over 600 laws. During this time, the big religious leaders were called Pharisees. Now, these guys made a career of never breaking any of the over 600 laws. They prided themselves on being better than ordinary people. Then, after dominating religious thought for almost all of the 1st century BC, along comes this guy with no credentials, no connections, no money, and he has the nerve to say to the Pharisees, "I am the end of the law." Imagine how that went over. Well, you know it didn't do so well since the young man was executed. However, think of the vision. The man took 30 years to arrive. Then in his short ministry of just 3 years, he literally changed the world of religious thought for billions of followers. Again, this is an extreme example of what it means to find your purpose and establish a vision. The small incremental goals achieved along the way may take years, even after you're gone. Of course there will be setbacks. There will be disbelievers in your vision. There will be challenging times when the opportunities are not right. The long and winding road is filled with periods of waiting until you and circumstances are ready. Maybe you need an expanded education, more practical experience, more money, more of this, more of that, more. Could be your vision will not materialize even during your time. Here is just such a story from Mark Victor Hansen in Dreams Don't Have Deadlines.
It's so easy to say, I can't do anything about it. I'm not enough. I don't know anyone. I don't have any wealth. What I'm saying is, let's take the different point of view. Believe that you can do it. You are enough. You've got enough. And if it's your issue, it's your time. And what I'm doing is saying, you don't have to believe you can do it. All you got to believe is that I believe you can do it, and then you can do it. And let me say in advance, congratulations, because I may be congratulating you on something that's going to take your entire lifetime. And if it's like Walt Disney, who set a 100-year goal and had him in writing, and my teacher Bucky Fuller, who had a 100-year goal, Walt Disney never got to see Epcot. And on his final day in his deathbed, an interviewer came in and said, here you've got Epcot being built by your friend Ken Kerr, and you're never going to see it. He said, don't you get it? If I didn't see it, you'll never see it.
So if you don't see it, no one else will ever see it. Most people just give up, but not you. In the program, The New Psychology of Achievement, Brian Tracy sets the record straight on finding and achieving your purpose.
There is no failure in life, only feedback. Remember, everything that happens to you in life happens to you for a reason. And if it happens to you and it's a setback, then look upon it as feedback. It's giving you feedback to help you to self-correct, help you to learn lessons, help you to move ahead more rapidly and more successfully next time. If you look upon every negative experience that you've had in the past as a form of feedback that has been sent to you to help you to be better in the future, when you reinterpret your experiences this way, you become a more positive and effective person. In changing your thinking and changing your life, the starting point for you is to dream big dreams. So here's some questions for you. What one great thing would you dare to dream if you knew you could
Welcome aboard, Captain.
If you could wave a magic wand and accomplish any one goal, short-term or long-term, big or small, in your life, what one great thing would you dare to dream if you knew you could not fail? You guaranteed of success. What would it be? Now this is a big dream. This is really exciting. And the answer to this question often tells you what you were put on this earth to do. It often reveals to you your major definite purpose.
Larry Winget in Get Out of Your Own Way says this.
You need to change the way you spend your time. You need to change the way you spend your money. And you need to change the way your energy is spent as well. You need to look at what you really say is important to you in life and back it up with your actions, with your words, with your thoughts, with your energy, and with your money. That's how you prove what's really important to you. That's the change you need to make. Sadly, though, people rarely make a change until it's just darn near too late. You've seen it so many times, I know you have. We wait until it's just almost too late to fix things, to start realizing what we really care about. You know, people say they want to stop smoking. Sadly, most people stop smoking when they're diagnosed with emphysema or lung cancer. That's when they're really serious about it. They'll cover their body in patches and pray that they never pick up another pack once they've been told they're going to die from smoking. So most people don't quit smoking until it's almost too late. When do people finally decide, boy, I better get serious and start exercising a little bit and stop eating so much? When they have a heart attack, when they've been diagnosed with diabetes, when their cholesterol is off the charts. That's when they get serious, when it's just almost too late. When do people get real concerned about going to work and actually working? When layoffs are in the air. When the boss comes down and says, man, we need to see productivity go way up or we're going to have to shut this place down. Boy, people get concerned about working then. The problem is it's almost too late. It's hard to pull it out of the fire when you almost lost your company, almost lost your job. Should have been more concerned about that along the way. When do people get so willing to do whatever it takes? When it's just almost too late to fix it. I don't want it to be too late for you, and I know you don't want it to be too late. I want you to get in control of your life right now, and I want you to say what's really important to me, not based on my words alone, but based on my actions. And then I want you to discover your priorities and let your priorities be backed up with your actions so you prove to yourself and to everyone else that it's really important to you by putting your thoughts, your words, your actions, your time, your energy, and your money into it. When you do that, that's when your priorities become real priorities, and that's when the results will be the way you want them to be.
One of the things that we've heard Larry mention in other sessions is to stop doing destructive things that will stand in your way. Eric Plasker in the Longevity Solution says we should not be afraid to plan the next 100 years.
The human potential pattern, which is the secret to your sensational century, where you take your energy and wrap your energy in a customized package for you that supports you expressing your full potential as a human being for 100 years and beyond. You're expressing and living your human potential pattern. When you are expressing your human potential, your energy is high almost all of the time. You've got good health, you've got good relationships, you've got good habits, you're financially creating abundance, you feel like you're connected with your life's purpose, and you've made this human potential pattern a habit. One of the things that you could begin doing if you find that you're in one of these other patterns, whether it's a destructive pattern, a survival pattern, complacency, a comfort pattern, if you want to begin expressing your personal, customized human potential pattern, it's very simple. All you need to do is go back to having this 100% conscious day and begin to take your personal energy inventory consciously every day. And what you do is when you find yourself off on a tangent, not expressing your full potential, not expressing your energy, caught up in an energy-draining activity, it's very simple. You stop yourself and you say, and here's what I say to myself, Eric, stop. And yourself. It's Eric, stop. Breathe. And connect in that moment by asking yourself, what is it that I can do right now, or what choice can I make right now, or what things should I not do right now so that I can begin to express my human potential pattern and keep me on track to expressing my potential as a human being, as an individual. And so all day long, we call it the midstream catch, that in between the action of doing things that are destructive, in between the actions of doing things that are complacent or comfortable, you catch yourself midstream and you consciously make a choice in that moment. Remember, change comes one choice at a time. Think progress, not perfection.
In our next chapter, more on your vision and mission. Book 1, Chapter 9. Discover the mission from your vision. How do you see your world? The way the world is, or the way the world can be? Roger Dawson has this from his program, Beyond Goals.
Understanding how other people see their world and how it differs from how you see yours is essential to learning how to get the best out of yourself and others. There are 4 basic ways that people view their world. First, possibility versus necessity. People are motivated either by the possibility of reward or out of necessity, the feeling that they have no options. Second, self-centered versus externally centered. People care either about how a change would affect them or how it would affect others. Third, pleasure versus pain. They're either a person who primarily moves toward pleasure or one who primarily moves away from pain. And fourth, field dependent or field independent. This is psychological talk for how much they care what others think. Both in conscious thought and unconscious feelings, what others think greatly influences some people. Other people couldn't care less. Let's take these one at a time. First, possibility versus necessity. We all tend to be motivated by one or the other. Put yourself in the shoes of movie producer Mike Todd in October 1956. It was the night before his latest movie would premiere. He was out of funds and millions of dollars in debt. He had high hopes for Around the World in 80 Days, but he also knew that it could bomb. In his Park Avenue apartment, the phone rang. It was Otis Chandler, the publisher of the Los Angeles Times, offering to buy 50% of the movie for $15 million. Todd told Otis he wanted to poll the people who were with him: wife Elizabeth Taylor, son Mike Jr., and friend Eddie Fisher. Mike Jr. and Eddie Fisher both told him to jump at the money. His wife Elizabeth told him to gamble. He took his hand off the mouthpiece and turned down the offer, which meant that he would be gambling $15 million that his movie was worth at least $30 million. What kind of a person would take a gamble like that? A possibility thinker, that's who. Robert Schuller coined the phrase possibility thinker, but we are all either possibility thinkers or we are necessity thinkers. The first are motivated by what might happen, the second only take action when they have to. I like to think of myself as a possibility thinker. One evening, my daughter Julia and I were on our way to a dinner party at the Beverly Hills Hotel. I said to her, "I'm really excited right now. I have so many projects going that if only one of them hit it big, all my dreams would come true. I have a great new audio program being published soon, 2 books coming out next year, and a television program going into production that could make me a fortune." I thought about what I'd said for a few minutes and then started to giggle. Soon I was laughing so hard that I had to pull the car over to the side of the road and stop. She said, "What's so funny?" "Oh, Julia, what a country," I said, wiping away my tears of laughter. "Only in America could a man be driving his Rolls Royce to a 5-star hotel for dinner and find himself saying, 'All I need is one lucky break.'" Possibility thinkers are not the plodders of the world. They are always taking great soaring leaps and very often come crashing down. While a necessity thinker would never quit a job until they got fired, saying, "I can't quit now, I only have 10 years to go until retirement," the possibility thinker always has half a dozen pipe dreams going for him. Where does his slant on life come from? Probably from feelings of security that build up in him very early in life. Because of this, he becomes more comfortable with change and feels more secure taking risks. That's why the unknown fascinates possibility thinkers. Their mind races ahead to all the exciting things that lay out there beyond their present frame of reference, whereas necessity thinkers anchor to the world they know. Let me give you a simple test to determine where you are on this scale. Simply answer this question: how old were you when you first started earning money outside of your family? Before you answer, let me tell you that the responses to this question are all over the board. Some people will say, "I was 9 when I first started delivering newspapers. By the time I was 12, I was supervising 6 other kids." Others will say, "My first job was when I left college at 22. In asking this question of hundreds of job applicants over the years, I found a very direct correlation. The younger you were when you first started earning your own money, the more initiative you'll have. So if you answered 15 years or less, I'd rate you high on the initiative scale. If you answered 12 or less, you probably have exceptional initiative, a real possibility thinker. Remember that the more initiative you have, the more you will function on possibilities rather than necessity.
Roger credited Robert Schuller for coming up with the term possibility thinking. In the bestseller, Tough Times Never Last, Tough People Do, Robert Schuller explains.
Possibility thinking. What is it? In essence, it is the management of ideas. Some people never learn how to manage time. Some people never learn how to manage money. Some people never learn how to manage people. And some people never learn how to manage themselves. Possibility thinking focuses not on the management of time, money, energy, or persons, but on the management of ideas. What do we mean by management? Management is control. Management is controlling a resource in order to minimize waste and maximize the development of the latent possibilities. I have been told that 10,000 ideas flow daily through the average human brain. The vast majority of these ideas are negative. Possibility thinking is the disciplined separation of negative thoughts from positive thoughts by this criterion. Positive thoughts are those that hold great undeveloped potential. Impossibility thinkers, then, are people who instinctively react negatively to a possibility-laden idea. Impossibility thinkers, they impulsively look for reasons why it can't be done, why it won't work. Somebody tried it and failed. So they quickly abort the idea and forget about it. But the possibility thinker looks at every idea to see if it has any possibilities at all. And if it does, he takes an option out on it. He does not let it slip by.
How much of your brain power are you using on your possibilities? Michael Gelb in Mind Mapping has these insights.
Right now, as you're listening, your 30 billion brain cells are shimmering with over 100,000 chemical reactions every second. The neural circuitry of your brain is conservatively estimated to be at least 1,400 times more complex than the entire global telephone network. The number of possible thought patterns that your brain can make is significantly greater than the number of atoms estimated to exist in the universe. The potential of the brain is clearly vast, virtually unlimited. But what percentage of that potential do we actually use? Well, the best estimate in the 1950s was about 50%. In the 60s, researchers estimated that we used 10% of our brain's power. In the 70s and 80s, that estimate went down to about 1%, and now we're saying 1/10 of 1% or less. So,
Warning,
either the human
levels
race
low.
is getting dumber,
Consider taking a
or
seat
the
and
potential of the brain is
It may
greater
help
than we
to
thought.
remember that
I'm
problems
happy to
exist
report that it's
only
the
where
latter.
you choose to
The
see them.
potential of the brain is greater. It's inspiring to know the extent of our birthright, but what prevents us from fully accessing it? Why is it that we use such a small percentage of our vast inheritance? The most fundamental answer is fear. Fear of failure, fear of the unknown, fear of embarrassment, fear of change. Fear is usually bred early on in our lives. If we didn't get it at home, we often get it in the first few years of school. Think back to first, second, and third grade. Remember the day that the teacher asked a question, and one of the kids in the class, maybe it was you or maybe it was someone sitting next to you, was very enthusiastic about answering. Ooh, I know the answer. Ooh, teacher, please call on me. And the teacher called on that very enthusiastic child, who then blurted out a truly original, creative, expressive answer. But on that day, the teacher said, "No, that's not the answer I was looking for." And the other kids in the class said, "Ah, what an idiot, what a jerk, nah. And inside every student's brain that day, a thought to the following effect probably developed: never, ever, ever do that again. Most of us learned early on that we were not rewarded for originality, creativity, or self-expression, but rather for feeding back the right answer to the person in authority. The actual thinking skill that tends to be rewarded in most schools and businesses is pleasing authority and jumping through hoops and labyrinths to find the right answer instead of thinking for oneself.
Years ago on the radio program, Our Changing World, Earl Nightingale shared thoughts on how easy it is to waste our brain power on the wrong content. He started that program by using the famous quote that today is all over social media.
People with small minds talk about other people. People with average minds talk about things. And people with excellent minds talk about ideas. Of course, this was just his opinion, but it does give a person something to think about.
It's true that the greatest minds the world has produced were most interested, most obsessed by ideas rather than by things or people, even though their ideas affected people and things. What do you talk about in your conversations? Are you most concerned about other people? Things such as, say, cars, boats, or ball games? Or do you mostly talk about ideas, or ways of improving your lot in life, or the betterment of your community, or whatever it happens to be? If you find that your conversation usually centers on people who are not present during the conversation, your mind could probably stand some improvement. You're wasting your time, but more important, you're wasting your mind. You're using the greatest tool on the face of the earth on subjects which are far beneath its capabilities. If most of your conversation centers on things, such as a new car, or a kitchen stove, or the batting averages of your favorite ball players, your mind is rather average. Now, all of these things will occupy our conversation part of the time. We're bound to talk about people and about things. It's what you talk about most of the time that determines how you think and what kind of a person you are. I think everybody should have a cause, an idea that's important to him, that should occupy most of his thinking and his conversation. What's your cause? What are you working toward in life? What is it that you're enthusiastic and excited about? If you have to say there's nothing you're working toward and looking forward to with excitement and anticipation, you're missing most of the fun of living. I know men who have retired from business, men in their 70s and 80s. One of them is the retired chairman of the board of one of the country's largest corporations. And these men are just as busy, just as vital, as vibrant, and interested today in the things they are now doing as they were 50 years ago when they were first fashioning their business careers that were outstandingly successful. The human being needs something worthwhile to look forward to and to work toward, for without it, he operates, traditionally, far below his capabilities. His life becomes a rather humdrum thing, and his thoughts turn more and more inward, more and more on himself. A man or woman with a cause can forget themselves, can lose themselves within the larger picture which fills their lives with challenge and interest. At any rate, you might check your conversation from time to time. See if you're spending most of your time, or rather wasting most of your time, talking about other people, or about things that aren't really too important, and not enough on ideas toward which you're working.
Many times, the subject of conversations revolve around money. The truth is, the topic is not so much money, but obligations. In the program, No Nonsense Systems for Building Wealth, Rick Edelman explains.
People tell us that they have some goals. They have some concerns. They want our advice and recommendation. And we say to them, okay, it all begins with goal setting. It all becomes with a personal financial planning process. It all begins with wondering what it is that's important to you. I mean, the only reason people are interested in the subject of money is because they have goals. I mean, money is of no value unless it's used. I mean, hoarding cash is pointless. The key, of course, is to use the money that you've accumulated. So, what is it that you want money for? And without question, people give us the same three answers all the time. They say to me, I want to buy a house, I want to get my kids into college, and I want to prepare for my own retirement. Houses, college, retirement. Those are the three most common financial planning goals that people offer. And I'll bet they resonate within you as well. And you know what? Those are not goals. In my opinion, those are not financial planning goals. Buying houses, paying for college, and preparing for your own retirement are not goals. Those are obligations. Dull, boring, obligatory, deadline-oriented, ain't fun. I mean, come on, give me a break. You're telling me that I'm going to go to school, then go to college, learn a field, enter the field, get a job, use that paycheck from the job, I'm going to buy a house, I'm going to get married, I'm going to have kids, I'm going to spend incredible amounts of money getting those kids into college, and then I'm going to retire and die. There's got to be more to life than that. Please, tell me there is. What it comes down to is that if you're only focusing on buying a house, getting kids into college, and preparing for your retirement, you are finding the entire subject of personal finance incredibly dull and boring and obligatory. And the funny thing is this. You probably already own that house. I mean, unless you're living on the street, you're living somewhere. So that's already accomplished. Second, your kids are gonna go to college, whether you save or not. If your kids want to go to college, they will. It's as simple as that. I have never seen someone not go to college because of money. So it's going to happen. Whether or not you survive it financially is another question, and I'll help you with that score. And third is retirement. You know what? You do not need to plan financially in order to retire, because retirement is inevitable. You will retire one day. Oh, certainly the quality of that retirement, the length of that retirement, is going to be determined in large part by your financial resources. The point is, you're going to retire one day, whether you plan for it or not. That's one of the reasons you're really not active in the subject of personal finance. That's why you're not worried about it very much. You kind of know in the back of your mind, yeah, it's going to happen, and you're going to leave it at that. My point is that if the only thing motivating you in the subject of personal finance is houses, college, and retirement, you're not going to be a very active player in the field. You're not going to be heavily involved in the subject of personal finance. You're going to ignore your investments and your taxes and your mortgages and your insurance and your wills. You're going to ignore all that stuff because none of those things are exciting enough to motivate you to do what it takes to succeed. And that's why I'm here to tell you that when it comes to the financial planning process, it all begins with goals. Has nothing to do with money, has nothing to do with the markets, has nothing to do with the economy or legislation. It has everything to do with you. What do you want to get out of life? It's not the first time you've been asked this question, but it might be the first time in a long time that you've been asked. What do you want to be when you grow up? Remember, you used to get that question all the time. You were 5 years old. And people used to say to you all the time, what do you want to be when you grow up? And you either said a ballerina or a fireman. Maybe a cowboy. Do they still say cowboys anymore? I have a feeling today's kids don't say they want to be cowboys. But that was the question. See, when you talk to little kids, they are always talking in future speak. Ask a child how old they are. You will never have a child say that he's 5. He will always say that he's going to be 6. I'll be 6 in 2 months. I'm 5 3/4. They never talk about their age in present tense. They talk about it in future tense. Talk to high school kids. They talk about the future tense. They're going to get a car. They're going to go to college. Talk to college kids. They're talking about the careers they're going to go into, the places they're going to live, the places they're going to go travel to. They're always talking in future speak. And then go talk to people in their 80s. And they talk in past tense. People in their 80s talk about the places they did live, the families they did raise, the careers they did have. And they talk in the past tense. And now you, in your 30s or 40s or 50s or 60s, are in the midst of that segue from future tense to past tense. You are stuck in present tense. You're so focused on today's rush hour, on today's job assignment, on today's obligation, on today's weather, that you have forgotten what it's like to establish goals. Think back and ask yourself the question, what do you want to be when you grow up?
That seems to go back to the opening of this course. We explained what a goal is and what a requirement is. We have a great deal more to explore as we share information on opportunities, attitudes, leadership, and success. Before we continue, let's take a moment to go over the fact that some vision pulls all of us. Everyone ends up somewhere. It is the very few that end up somewhere on purpose. While everyone has dreams, most dreamers just give up, and most give up too early. 9 out of 10 people with their New Year's resolutions just give up on them before the end of January. That's where being a visionary is more important. Visions give significance to life. In the program, Tapping Your Inner Passion, Alan Loy McGinnis tells this story about how problems lead to purpose.
I approached my 40th birthday without having accomplished anything special. A standard American with a usable IQ who was fortunate in getting a good education. I was a man of middle height, middle weight, and average in all respects. I was, in short, an American male whose personality and intellectual assets and liabilities evened out, some favorable, some not. Then one evening, the officer's plane almost crashed on an approach to the airstrip at Tontuta in New Caledonia. That night, the tenseness in his stomach left him with no appetite. He wandered back on the long, dark airstrip with the steep mountains which their plane had barely missed still looming in the fog. It was to become the turning point of his life. For during the night, he asked some important questions. What do I want want to do with the remainder of my life? What do I stand for? I concluded that I was not dissatisfied with my employment. I was dissatisfied with myself. I swore, I'm going to live the rest of my life as if I were a great man. Looking back, he commented on what he called the terrible arrogance of those words. But he says, what I meant was that I was going to concentrate my life on the biggest ideals and ideas I can handle. I'm going to associate myself with people who know more than I do. I'm going to tackle objectives of moment. I heard no voices other than the inward ones that warned me that I had come to the end of the line in the direction I had been heading and that I sorely required a new path. I had observed that certain men and women lived as if they had torn away the inconsequentials and reserved their energies for serious matters, and I decided to pattern my life after theirs. Not a great deal changed in the officer's regimen after that, except that he calculated that after the war, the men who fought there would want to explain to others what it was like. I'm sure of it. So I'm going to write down, he said, as simply and honestly as I can, what it was like here. No one knows the Pacific better than I do. No one can tell the story more accurately. So, after his day's duties, the officer would return to his darkened Quonset hut, light a smelly lantern, and sit at his typewriter until 3 or 4 each morning, picking out with 2 fingers the stories he was accumulating as he traveled the Pacific. The book was eventually published as Tales of the South Pacific. Its author's name was James Michener, and he went on to become one of the most popular writers in history. The point I want to make about Michener's success as a writer is this. It stemmed much more from the newfound desire and decision to achieve something significant that night in New Caledonia than from any formidable talent. Never underestimate the power of human desire. As Ferdinand Foch, the great French general of World War I, once said, the most powerful force on earth is the human soul on fire.
So what sets your soul on fire? Are you like James Michener? He was a World War II sailor whose vision led him to write more than 40 books. Tales of the South Pacific won the Pulitzer Prize and was adapted as the Broadway musical South Pacific by Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein. And later, a feature film in 1958 and another feature film in 2001. You too have great opportunities. And we begin that series of chapters next as we move on our Goals, GOALS series into the Opportunity Sessions. Welcome to Book 2, Opportunities in the Goals, GOALS Formula. Book 2, Chapter 10, Opportunities Begin in the Mind. How do you find your opportunities? Tony Alessandra says in The Optimism Advantage, the time is now to claim your opportunities. Your vision promises.
When you're engaged in actions that are aligned with your purpose, you'll feel most alive, and time has a way of just flying by. It will feel life-giving and self-fulfilling. Actions will seem to flow naturally from your commitment. You'll find yourself looking for opportunities to exercise that purpose and deepen your understanding of what sustains it.
Okay, if you're still struggling, try putting aside the professional and personal mask that we often use to define ourselves. Strip away the letters after your name, your professional and group labels, and even your current position. Instead, let the following questions and statements help guide your discovery. What name would you give to the purpose that describes your actions when work doesn't seem like work? What excites you about getting up in the morning? What are you looking forward to? What part of your organization's mission makes you proud enough to brag about it to others? Finish this statement. I love my job and my life when I get to... If I had all the money and time in the world, how would I use my talents to serve others?
What stands out in these answers as the purpose that currently drives you. It's time to claim the transforming purpose you've worked to discover and to use it to more consistently energize your daily work and life. Sure, let it change and deepen as your awareness affects your passion for what you do and how you serve. Don't worry about impressing others. You want your purpose, the one that works for you at this point in your life. The next question to ask yourself is, does your purpose fit with what you're now doing with your life? Since your calendar is your living creed, do its entries and appointments demonstrate that you're living your purpose on and off the job? After all, what you put in your calendar tends to get done. Now that you have further defined your purpose, start making more purposeful commitments that will guide your actions this very week.
Now think alignment. Does your purpose align with your organization's mission and strategic vision? Can you make it fit by adjusting your attitude or your role? Optimism and cynicism are both contagious. Your employer deserves your commitment and passion for the work you do. If you can't find alignment and be optimistic about making a difference, start investing time in finding a position that allows you to do just that. Just remember, whether it's on or off the job, nothing is more motivating than working with others in support of a meaningful mission. Embracing a strong personal calling that enlivens that purpose will allow you to say no to things that aren't worth doing and to accomplish results you can be proud of.
Let's say wealth is what you want. Are there really opportunities for you? Vic Conant says in This I Believe you can have a wealthy mindset.
Even if wealth isn't at the top of your life priority list, I'm going to ask you to pretend like it is for the next few minutes. I believe you'll find valuable ideas you can apply not only to wealth creation, but to other areas of your life as well. Like every other area of our lives, the way we use our minds, the way we think, our mindset, is critical, and in this case, for the creation of wealth. First of all, we have to get our thinking right before we can execute anything else in our plan. Once we've determined that creating wealth is an important objective, how do we go about creating a wealthy mindset? In my opinion, one severely debilitating myth is the one in which we tell ourselves, it's possible for others to create wealth, but not for me. And then we recite our homemade excuses. Excuses such as, I'm too old, it's too late for me to start, I'm uneducated, I don't have the proper background or job training, and on and on. I was recently with a friend who's an immigrant from Russia. In his early 50s, he's been driving a taxi for the last 15 years. He was lamenting that it's too late in life for him to start a new career. On the other hand, I can recall a story of a woman in her 90s who was going to school to learn French for a trip she was planning. My point is that none of us knows if we'll be around in 1 year, or 5, or 20 years, but we might as well assume that we will be and act accordingly. It's much more empowering. So which mindset do you usually have? One like my friend, or one like the 90-year-old woman? Where in your life do you allow yourself to fall into this self-limiting thinking? It would be worth taking a few minutes to ponder the answer to that. We must find a way to get beyond this limiting mindset and replace it with a more empowering one. Contemplate the fact that there have been millions of average people like you and me who have somehow figured out a way to make their fortune. Visualize the countless mansions that line the shores of lakes and oceans, as well as the beautiful, well-manicured streets of wealthy neighborhoods all around our country. Each of these mansions is owned by individuals, the vast majority of whom found a way to personally make their fortune. If you examine the stories of these people, I guarantee you that you'd find 1,000 that had more challenges to overcome than you or I. We live in the greatest, wealthiest, free enterprise society the world has ever known. We simply have to decide if wealth is truly what we want to set as one of our very top priorities. This is where the rub is. We've explored in the past that if we're going to be successful in creating wealth for ourselves, we have to commit to the objective 100%. This can't be just a passing fancy, like setting your sights on winning a medal in the Olympics This objective must be an all-encompassing one, not just for today, but most likely for many years to come. So a couple of critical ingredients for creating a wealthy mindset are, first, know that it's possible for you, even against seemingly heavy odds, to become wealthy, and then to make wealth creation a top life priority.
The wealthy mindset begins with the information we feed our minds daily. For some, it's social media. Others, some choose over-the-top drama of reality TV. Video has taken over our lives. However, the successful people that discover and act on opportunities are great readers. They seek knowledge, and that means useful knowledge. Jim Rohn talks about reading.
Schiff got me started on my library. Here's one of the books he recommended. Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Think and Grow Rich. Schiff said to me, doesn't that book and title intrigue you? Think and Grow Rich. Don't you have to read that book? Think and Grow Rich. I said, yes, sir. By Napoleon Hill. I went and found that book in a used bookstore. That's where I had to start. In a used bookstore. I paid less than 50 cents for it. I've still got it. It's one of the rare hardback covers. Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. Wow, Schiff was right. Get a library started. It'll change your life. Any home over $200,000 has got a library. Why do you suppose that is? Wouldn't that make you curious? How come every home over $200,000 has got a library? Does that tell you something? Does that educate you at all? You say, well, I can't afford a $200,000 home. It doesn't matter what size home. Take your present apartment, clean out a closet, call it your library, and start acting intelligent. And start this process like I did. Start developing a library. Here's what your library needs to show, that you're a serious student of health and life, spirituality, culture, uniqueness, sophistication, economics, prosperity, productivity, sales, management, skills, values of all kinds. Let your library show you're a serious student.
That book, Think and Grow Rich, has inspired millions. It was written in 1937 by Napoleon Hill, who tells how it was inspired by a suggestion from Andrew Carnegie. While the book's title and much of the text concerns increased income, the author insists that the philosophy taught in the book can help people succeed in any line of work, to do and to be anything that they can imagine. Wealth was a big dream when the book was first published during the Great Depression. At the time of Hill's death, 1970, Think and Grow Rich had sold more than 20 million copies. Now over 100 million copies have been sold worldwide. It all started as a vision that Hill had when he was a reporter assigned to meet Carnegie. The foundation of that book is PMA, Positive Mental Attitude. We have an original recording of Napoleon Hill in the program, The Science of Personal Achievement.
At birth, we come over with the equivalent of 2 sealed envelopes. In one of these envelopes is a long list of the benefits and riches that one may receive by the positive use of his mind. And in the other envelope, an equally long list of the penalties he must pay if he neglects to use his mind constructively. Nature abhors idleness and vacuums. Nature sees to it that strength grows out of struggle, out of effort, and she wants man to use his mind and to use it constructively. Nothing constructive and worthy of man's efforts ever has been or ever will be achieved except through that which comes from a positive mental attitude based upon a definite purpose and activated by a burning desire and intensified until the burning desire is elevated to the plane of applied faith. Wishes, well, everyone has a flock of them. Idle curiosity, everyone has a stock of it. Hopes, perhaps half of the people have hopes for as yet unattained things or circumstances. A burning desire, only that small percentage of people who can be called successful ever feel the urge of this. Applied faith, only the leaders attain this degree of mind control which can exist only in a positive mental attitude. Prayer brings positive results only when it is expressed in a positive mental attitude. The most effective prayer is that which is expressed by individuals who have conditioned their mind to think in terms of a positive mental attitude. The vibrations of thought an individual's mind carry with them to other minds the precise state of mind in which they are released, a fact well known to all master salesmen who have learned how to condition their minds and the minds of their prospect buyers even before seeing them. No one can successfully teach the science of personal achievement while in a negative mental attitude, and no student can profit by it while he's in a negative mental attitude. No lawyer can convince a jury. No clergyman can inspire his parishioners. No speaker can hold and influence his audience without the aid of a positive mental attitude. It has been said that the most successful doctors in all branches of therapy are those who treat their patients with a positive mental attitude. The subconscious mind of an individual can be educated to produce constructive results only when it is given instructions in a positive mental attitude.
Think and Grow Rich is just one of the many books that Jim Rohn suggests for your library.
Here are some key sections to put in your library called mental food. In fact, we call it food for thought. It's so important to nourish the mind, not just the body, but nourish the mind. Key phrase. Now it needs to be well balanced. You can't live on mental candy. Somebody says, well, I just read this positive stuff. That's too second grade. You've got to get out of second grade. You can't just be inspired. You've got to be taught. You can't just be inspired. You've got to be educated. Let me give you some of that balance. Number one, history. We've all got to have a sense of history. American history, national history, international history, family history, political history. We all need a sense of history. Shortest history lesson. Opportunity mixed with difficulty. No matter how far back you go, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 3,000, 4,000 years ago, I'm telling you, it all reads the same. Once you understand the thread that it isn't going to change, then what's going to change for my life? Answer, looks like I'm going to have to change. History helps us to understand how it is, what there is to work with, seed, soil, sunshine, rain, and what human beings have done with it in the past. And how many of them have, like I did by age 25, they have messed up. That's what history's for. Be a good student of history. Here's a good book, Lessons of History by Durant. Lessons of History by Durant. This little book is only 100 pages, but I'm telling you, it's so well written, you'll be intrigued, as I was. Next is philosophy. Durant also wrote a good book on philosophy. The Story of Philosophy. It's got a good rundown of the key philosophers of the last several hundred years, what they taught and some of the lives they lived. You might find it a little difficult, but hey, you can't just read the easy stuff. Key phrase to add here in parentheses, don't just read the easy stuff. You won't grow, you won't change, you won't develop. Tackle the more difficult stuff. Next, novels. Novels are good. Sometimes an intriguing story keeps our attention so that the author can weave in the philosophy he or she is trying to get across. Ayn Rand was probably better at that than anybody else I could possibly think of. Atlas Shrugged, some of those towering novels. The novel kept us intrigued, but guess what she was doing all the time? Feeding us her philosophy, feeding us her philosophy. Now, whether you agreed with her philosophy or not, you had to admit she was really good at getting it out there, weaving it through the story, in the dialogue and in the speeches and in the text. Now, here's a little personal advice. Skip the trash. Someone says, well, sometimes you can find something valuable in a trashy novel. I wouldn't go through it to find it. You can find a crust of bread in a garbage can, but I wouldn't go through it. Number one, you don't need the reputation. So, not enough time to read the brilliant stuff, the good stuff. Skip the trash.
Do you think getting rich is just a topic for one of those books, or is it a real opportunity? Brian Tracy and Getting Rich in America believes anyone can get rich through achieving the goals that are led by your vision.
I began searching for the so-called secrets of financial success when I was 15. My goal was to be a millionaire by the age of 30. However, when I turned 30, I was just as broke as when I was 20. I had not even graduated from high school, and aside from being able to sell, I had no real skills. It was about that time that I started to get worried. My worry led me into getting really serious about financial success for the first time. And after many years of trying many different ways to make a lot of money, I finally settled down and created a plan for becoming wealthy. Well, I've learned a lot, and I've had a lot of luck, and in the last 7 years, I've gone from rags to riches. Now, my goal in presenting this program is to convince you, wherever you are in your financial life, that you can become wealthy over the course of your working lifetime. If you start early enough, work hard enough, and do some of the things I recommend, you may even become a millionaire. Heaven knows it's worked for me and countless others. At the turn of the century, there were less than 5,000 millionaires in the United States. Today, there are between 1.3 and 2 million millionaires, as well as more than 40 billionaires in the U.S., many of them self-made. That is, they started with nothing, and they earned every penny by applying their talents and abilities to opportunities that came along. And 100,000 more men and women become millionaires every year, one every 12 minutes. And what these self-made millionaires have done, so can you. I have gotten to know many wealthy people, and the remarkable thing about them is that they are largely unremarkable. The wealthy are not very different from you and me. They have simply used more of their God-given talents and done things in a different way from the majority. The wonderful thing is this: if you do what other successful, wealthy people do, you will get the same results. In this program, you will learn how to start wherever you are, even deeply in debt, and achieve financial independence. I firmly believe that anyone who really wants to can become wealthy, even become a millionaire over the course of his or her working lifetime, if they do the right things over and over until they get the results they desire.
How long will it take you to get rich? We'll have some interesting ideas in our next session. Book 2, Chapter 11, Overnight Success. We spoke earlier about a wealthy mindset. How long will your overnight success take? Ever hear of A Song of Fire and Ice? Many have, but in case you missed it, it's the series of epic novels that is the basis for Game of Thrones. It was written by George R.R. Martin. The best-selling and award-winning science fiction author has been around a long time. He published his first science fiction short story in 1971. It took until 1977 to publish his first novel. There were still challenges to face. In 1991, he became very frustrated with the rejections he received from TV and movie projects that didn't get green-lighted. So, he returned to writing novels. His overnight success has taken many, many years. And each and every day, still today, he does what he loves. He begins each day at 10 in the morning with rewriting and polishing the previous day's work. He may write all day, or he may struggle to write just anything. On one of those days, Martin wrote for Game of Thrones. If I look back, I am lost. Forward motion is the name of the game of winners, and an overnight success may take years. In the program, 7 years to 7 figures, Michael Masterson has this to say.
Why 7 years? Well, when we had this conversation with Nightingale Conan, they actually suggested the idea of 7 years. They thought it was, from their own research and experience, a good number, a number that would be attractive to catch the attention of their audience, and a number that would excite people. And I certainly agreed with them, and I said, sure, let's do it. I liked the sound of it, 7 figures, 7 years. But when I got home, I had to ask myself, is this something I could really do? Could I really develop a program that could realistically show people how to achieve $1 million plus net worth in 7 years? Could I do that using my own experience, the experience of people that I mentored, real numbers? Could it really be done? I was a little bit concerned about it. But then when I thought about it, and I went back to my own experience in going from basically a negative net worth to $1 million net worth, I realized that I had done it in many fewer than 7 years. For me, it just took a period of 2 to 3 years for that to happen the first time. And every time it happened thereafter, it never took more than 7 years. And then when I took out a piece of paper and I identified the 14 people that I personally mentored and helped become millionaires and multimillionaires, I realized that, in fact, 2 of them, it had taken 7 years to achieve that 7-figure net worth. But for the rest of them, it was 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. And so I thought, well, you know what? That is really true. People that acquire a good deal of wealth don't generally get it over a long period of time. It comes to them rather quickly. Once things are set in place, the money comes relatively fast. So it wasn't really irresponsible from the point of view of putting together a program that met the requirements that I wanted to say 7 years and 7 figures. In fact, it was realistic. Most people did it. The problem was I had to figure out how exactly that they did it. I never really thought of the problem from that point of view before. I had my 6 steps, what I thought that you needed to do to become wealthy. But when I looked at those steps through this filter, through this idea, well, we're not going to take 15 years, we're not going to take 20 years, we're going to do it in 7 years or fewer. 7 years is a very sensible number because, first of all, as I said, my own experience was fewer than 7 years. The people that I mentored took less than 7 years. But also 7 years is a traditional business cycle. When economists look at business ups and downs over long periods of time, they often chart them in terms of cycles. Things go up and things go down. Well, of this cycle, 7 years seems to be a very common trend. Financial cycles tend to follow business cycles, so it's very common to also see the stock market or the precious metals market characterized in terms of periods of time that are more or less 7 years. So I think that there's some kind of a natural force that takes place in the marketplace that is really all based on the natural development of a business. And the way businesses develop, generally in my experience, is that the first year of the business, you're struggling with the first big problem of the business, and that is creating the first efficient sale. All business depend on selling. And in the first year, when you begin a business, you're not quite sure exactly the right formula for selling the product. And you'll try one thing and you'll try another thing, and you're spending money along the way. You're also worrying about organizational things, legal things, financial things, administrative things. There's all kinds of conflicts that get in the way. So for the first year, you're very lucky if you discover that formula. In the second year of a business, if you've discovered it, you apply it, and the business starts to grow. But the second part of every business is the back end of the business. Generally, the back end of the business is where you sell bigger and or more expensive and or more products to your existing customers. This is generally where, in any business, the profits are created. You can't really effectively generate a lot of cash, a lot of profits from your front-end customers until you have enough of them. And you'll never have enough of them in your first or second year. If the business is growing, you generally don't get enough of them until like the third year. And that's when the back end kicks in. So it's the third year that all of a sudden profits start coming in because you have a lot of front-end customers and you figured out your back end, what kind of products people are willing to pay for on the back end. And then the fourth year and the fifth year, things start to really move. And that's generally the cycle that I would see. It starts out a little bit slow. First 2 years are struggle. Then somewhere around the third or fourth year, you get a hit, and then you have a very strong period of growth.
The business cycle itself may explain why an overnight success is actually the marketplace realizing the value of a great product or service. There are instances when the timing is not right and we need to just move on. We can't be discouraged by news of people who hit home runs their first time at bat. A difference between overnight success and early success is a fact. The success of young entrepreneurs grabbing sudden success catches our imagination. If you feel it's unfair that people in their 20s are winning easily, step up and try again. In the program, Dreams Don't Have Deadlines, Mark Victor Hansen explains.
What am I enthused about? Because enthusiasm means spirit within shown without. What am I rip-roaring tuned in about? What is it that I love, and where is it that I can exude and share my wisdom and my growth and my insight and my foresight? And how is it that I create the future of my heart's desire? Scott Fitzgerald said, there are no second acts in the American lives. I think that was true when he wrote, but that's a long time ago. He, of course, was a great writer of a lot of recognition, but I think today we all get to have a second act and a third act and a fourth act because we're in a new time and a new program, and that's what I'm discussing with you. Not only are there going to be second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh acts, but the people are going to have their 40th year, the 50s, 60s, 70s. And we've got more centurions, 100-year-olds than ever before.
All this talk about delayed gratification should not worry you. It can be a challenge when you so clearly see your vision, but just can't get there fast enough. It's easy to confuse the rewards of success as the end game. Here's where becoming a success gets fun. You are successful in the present because of the fact that you're on the path to success. That makes you a success in of itself. You can feel really good about where you are right now. In the program, The Best Kept Secrets of the World's Greatest Achievers, Peter Thompson talks about financial freedom and that you can experience that freedom in the present.
If someone had as their definition of success that they'd be successful when they had total financial freedom, that's a great goal. However, there's undoubtedly a journey to be undertaken from where they are now to that goal. Now, if you and I believe that to be successful, you have to be successful, then the person with the definition about financial freedom is not feeling a success at the moment. My suggestion would be to not change the goal, but change the definition of success. The goal is certainly worthwhile. Most people would love to be financially independent, and definitely a goal that I'd subscribe to. However, in order to become successful in that or any other goal, far better to have a current definition of success that enables that person to feel successful now. Such a definition might be, my definition of success is feeling in control of my finances, a feeling I have every day. In that way, with that definition, the person can feel successful now and still have that definition linked to the ultimate goal. A definition of success might be as simple as waking up in the morning, or smiling, or anything that simple. The choice, like most things, is totally ours. Now, this idea of the definition of success is ideally linked to my second idea about spending time. I can say what I want to say in just a few words. Why do we use the same word in relation to time and money? That word, spend. It's because deep inside we realize that we really are spending every second, every hour, every week, and that we know that they're irreplaceable. Money and time are so different, despite the expression that time is money. You and I know what the expression means, but I'm concerned that there's such a link in people's minds about the similarity of time and money, when in my opinion they are so different. Now, you know precisely where I'm going with this, don't you? Money is relatively easily replaced. There's no shortage of money in the world. Time, on the other hand, is a one-off deal. Once it's gone forever. So if you and I are going to use, spend, or burn our down and working out our personal definition of success, then it had better be pretty good use of our most precious commodity, hadn't it? And I believe it is. So here are the actions I suggest you take. Take a piece of paper and write down that focused question. What is my personal definition of success? Consider whether or not you're able to, by that expression, feel successful now, this very minute. If necessary, change the definition so it enables you to feel successful now. And if that's in alignment with who you are, your beliefs and values, and in alignment with your goals, that's great. Make a diary note to revisit this definition on a monthly basis. Check it, change it, reassess it in light of what's been happening to you in the preceding month. Keep that definition with you, written on a small card that you can carry and see on a regular basis. If you and I are able to know precisely what has to happen in our lives to know that we are living by and to our personal definition of success, then we can feel more successful, more often, more intensely.
Okay, there's a great exercise to define success. All success requires a financial plan as well. Rick Edelman in No Nonsense System for Building Wealth has this advice.
The entire process simply boils down to 9 questions. So I'm going to give you those 9 questions. All we got to do is answer them, and we're going to be well on our way to completing our financial plan. How much is it going to cost? That's really what it is. But when I say that, what I mean is, how much will it cost you to do what you want to do if you were to do it today? Put it in terms of today. Now, what if it's a goal that you're going to accomplish over many years? Such as retirement. That's not a one-year thing. That's something you're going to do repeatedly. Just give me the cost for the first year only. This is an example for college. College is a 4-year process, but just tell me the cost of going to college in the first year. Second, how many times will you need the money? Again, if we go back to college, we discover that, hey, college is a 4-year process. Tell me what it costs for the first year of college, and then tell me separately that you need that money 4 times. This is where you tackle the total expense. Oh, by the way, it's quite possible that the amount of money you need in the first year is more or less than what you need in the second or subsequent years. That's okay. See, by breaking it out by year, by year, by year, by year, we can get a more realistic cost of what the total goal will be. Third, tell me how many years it will be before you're going to achieve the goal. And if it's a multi-year effort, such as going to college, tell me the first year you're going to begin. So I want to know how many years it is until the kid enters college, as opposed to how many years it is till the kid leaves college. Fourth, do you have any money already set aside for this goal? If so, how much? Now, this is important. I'm referring here specifically to the amount of money that is specifically targeted for this goal. See, a lot of folks have money. For example, you have money in your retirement plan at work, but that money isn't going to help you. So when I say how much money have you got set aside, I mean set aside for this goal specifically. 5, how much money are you going to get from outside sources that you will be able to apply to this goal? Chances are, 0. I mean, other than perhaps Social Security for retirement, I don't know that you're really going to be getting any outside sources from anyone to achieve your goals, but if you are going to have those sources, let's know how much and who they are. 6, how much money are you saving monthly toward this goal? 7, what is the inflation rate going to be between now and when you need the money? Now, of course, who the heck knows the answer to that? This is why all you can do is make your best guess. Oh, and by the way, that takes us to number 8. What's the tax rate going to be? And I don't mean the tax rate generally, I mean your tax rate. What is the tax rate you are going to pay on your savings and investments between now and when you reach the goal? Again, you have to make another assumption. And number 9, our final question. What is the rate of return that you're going to earn on your savings? Again, it's another assumption. Let me elaborate on these 3 assumptions. Inflation rates, tax rates, and rates of return on investment. You see, the entire financial planning process is all focused on the future. And whenever we talk about the future, as we know, the future is uncertain. So all we can do is make our best guess. Simple as that. And a lot of folks have trouble making guesses like that, but that's really what it comes down to. So to help you understand this and to help you, frankly, tolerate it a little bit better, I want you to realize that as you're making assumptions, you should also realize that your assumptions are probably wrong. That's okay. Not only are your assumptions wrong, you don't know how wrong. You don't know which of them is wrong. That's okay too, because this process is something you're going to revisit over time. This isn't something we're going to do once and walk away and ignore it. We're going to redo this process on a periodic basis. In other words, by doing it again and again and again over the next several years, we are going to get closer and closer and closer to our goal. And the closer we get to it, the more accurate the assumptions become.
Financial plans always involve saving. Who would dream that massive, impossible wealth would come from an idea as simply as saving money? One small-time man did just that. We've talked a lot of this course on goals and vision and about the length of time it takes to be successful. In the program, Tapping Your Inner Passion, Alan Loy McGinnis shares an insight about the lifelong tenacity of Sam Walton.
If we need further evidence that liberality of desire can lead to remarkable success in business, the story of Samuel Moore Walton will help. A short, wiry fellow who grew up during the Depression in the small towns of Oklahoma and Missouri. He did well enough in school. He later wrote, "I wasn't what you'd call a gifted
Welcome
student,
aboard,
but I
Captain.
worked hard and made the honor roll." He saved $5,000 while in the Army and used it to buy a dog of a variety store in Newport, Arkansas. The building was 50 by 100 feet and looked out onto the railroad tracks. Within 5 years, Walton had turned the store from a money loser into a profitable venture. But he had been naive about contracts, and the landlord, smelling an opportunity, refused to renew the lease and put his son into the building. So Walton had to begin all over again in a different city. 40 years later, Walton's company, now called Walmart, owned 1,528 stores, and Forbes magazine named him the richest person in America. Writing about all this, Walton said, "I think I overcame every single one of my personal shortcomings by the sheer passion I brought to my work. I don't know if you're born with that kind of passion or if you can learn it, but I do know you need it. If you love your work, you'll be out there every day trying to do the best you possibly can, and pretty soon everybody around will catch the passion from you like a fever." Walton's commitment manifested itself with his family as much as in his career. Here is what his daughter Alice said about their yearly 4-week vacations. "We would get in the station wagon, 4 kids and the dog, strap the canoe on top and hitch up a homemade trailer behind, and take off for a different part of the country every summer. We would always do that as long as Dad could stop and see some stores along the way." When she was asked about Walton's workaholic hours, Alice replied, "It's interesting. I know Dad worked incredible hours, and I know he traveled a lot, but I never felt like he was gone much. He went out of his way to spend time with us, and he was fun to be with. He loved to play baseball with us. I tagged along with him on his trips a good bit, and I still visit stores, I guess, because of it." How do we account for this strange dynamic deep inside us that makes it difficult to predict who will succeed and who will fail? Why do some people begin with so much, with everyone predicting great things for them, and midway into the second half of life, they find themselves flailing about among the crowds of the mediocre? And why do others with average grades in school, with little in their early years that would predict great success, end up at the top of the ladder? For several years, I have scratched my head over the phenomenon of people like Sam Walton, who describe themselves as ordinary. Here's what I call the brilliant failures of this world. They're bright, popular, have a great deal of talent. At first, they seem to have the thrust of a Saturn rocket. Everyone recognizes their gifts in school. They're beauty queens. They're star athletes. They're the people who get dates easily. Perhaps they are voted most likely to succeed, and indeed they do well at first. But then at some point, they stumble. Perhaps they have a failure like Walton's first store, or lose a job for the first time. Perhaps they go through a divorce or start a business that ends in bankruptcy. Perhaps there is some scandal. In any case, the reverse shock, and so painful that the remainder of their lives is spent fearing it will happen again. They retract, become more conservative. They fear ever to dream grandly again or to commit themselves fully to another person again, and eventually they fizzle like a wet firecracker. On the other hand, most of us have also known people like Walton who were not fast trackers, who did not rise like a rocket, but who continued to move upward nevertheless. For these so-called average men and women, gradual, steady progress pays off, and ultimately they finish far higher than those who began with such a flourish. But as we examine the lives of these people, it is not accurate to depict their progress by a steady line moving unremittingly upward. Progress happens by fits and starts, zigzagging upward with many reverses. Highly effective people expect failures and changes in the terrain. And although they have severe difficulties, they're not thrown off by these detours.
What if there was a way to guarantee that you could become a millionaire? Let's find out in our next session. Book number 2, Chapter 12, Millionaire. In 1786, Thomas Jefferson, while serving as minister to France, wrote, "The poorest laborer stood on equal ground with the wealthiest millionary." Now, That's thought to be one of the first uses of a word to describe the person that is worth $1 million. It is also profoundly American to state that we all have the equal opportunity to get rich. Since then, the idea of becoming a millionaire has crossed all of our minds, and today there's a great deal more opportunity. According to a number of reports, there are about 10 million millionaires in America today, and that number's growing. The bad news is, it takes a little over $1 million to retire comfortably. In the program, Multiple Streams of Income, Robert Allen shares an idea that he calls the Millionaire Minute.
It's just $1, a fancy picture of a dead president. Or is it? Is this ordinary dollar bill more than what it appears to be? Could it be a magic ticket to a fuller, more abundant life of anywhere, anytime, anything you want? Every time you waste one of those silly little green pieces of paper, it's like throwing away a money seed. No seed, no tree. So how much is one of those seeds really worth? Well, that depends on how long you let it grow and at what rate of growth. Let's cut right to the chase. You've got to figure out a way to get money working for you instead of you working for money. Let's explore what I call the Millionaire's Minute. If I could show you a simple 1-minute exercise that you performed every time you spend money that would almost guarantee that you'd become a millionaire, would you do it? Let's examine a typical money event. Average people go to the store to buy something. They're in a rush, running late. They quickly snatch the desired item without comparing prices. And while they're waiting in the checkout stand, they see a few impulse items that they pick up. They pay for the items, but don't record the event because other people are waiting in line, and besides, they're running late. They rush off, a day late, and $1 short. Millionaires, on the other hand, take a few extra steps which take less than a minute. First of all, before they enter the store, they decide only to buy the planned item and nothing else. Life is full of things to buy. They can't allow their impulses to derail their decisions or to control their life. Then they spend a few extra seconds to compare prices and to pick the best value. If appropriate, they locate a sales clerk and ask if there's a possibility of obtaining a discount in the price. They make a quick mental calculation of their savings. This makes them feel good. Then they take the item to the checkout stand. Once again, they're not sidetracked by impulse buying. They select one of the 3 methods of payment, cash, credit card, or check. They exchange the money for the items, collect their receipt, examine it for accuracy, and put it in their wallet or purse for filing later. Then they take the most important step. They record the event by writing down the purchase, determining which category of spending it was made in, and calculate the remaining balance in their account. Later on at home that day, they file the receipt in a well-organized manner for easy retrieval. All told, on average, the millionaire spends about an extra minute per transaction than the poor person. But look at the savings in time and money. The millionaire saves from 10 to 20% in comparison shopping. What if you could lower your annual spending by 20% without a lot of sacrifice? Then, by investing an extra minute to record the transaction and to file it properly, millionaires have at their fingertips a vast source of information. They know their current account balances. They can compare their spending to previous months and notice trends. They're more aware of their actual spending, which gives them greater control of their finances. They can calculate their tax consequences in minutes, not days. They can back up their tax decisions with instant. In case of a dispute, they know where, when, and how they spent their money and have the receipts to prove it. They're in control. And the resulting peace of mind creates a feeling of power. This increases their confidence, their creativity, and judgment. They make fast, correct, and decisive decisions. This gives them that secret millionaire's advantage. So from now on, you spend money, take an extra minute to do these simple things. Number 1, plan your needs and procrastinate your wants. Number 2, shop for
Most
value.
of us are contractors.
Number 3,
Joe owns her own company.
ask for
Whose
and
ship
expect
are you living
a
on right
discount.
now?
Number
Yours
4,
or Altera's?
examine your receipt.
Do well to remember whose
Number
ship
5,
you're on, Mongolian.
categorize your receipt.
According to
Actually
my
write a
religious
number
beliefs,
from 1 to
this
10
ship
on
belongs
the
to us
receipt
all.
so that you are
We're all
mentally
part of the
deciding
same
which
system.
area
The
of
only
your
difference
life
between
you're
us
spending money
is where
on.
we choose to draw lines.
Number 6, balance
Nice
your
words for someone
accounts,
from a
whether
cowboy
it's cash,
corporation
check,
buying
or
over
credit
rocks in the
card.
far reaches of space.
And number 7, file your receipt when you get home. It's that simple. Get 10 manila folders and number them from 1 to 10. Don't throw your loose receipts into a shoebox. File them daily.
We have to board the
This
Aurora,
will get you
repair
in
the long-range
control of your
comms,
finances
make contact
in
with
a
the other
few
survivors.
short weeks.
We can't
Getting
be the
control
only two
is
that
one
made
thing.
it.
Those are not
Things
the
that we
orders the
cannot
captain gave
control
me, and they are
are
not the
another.
orders I'm giving you.
The
This isn't chain
definition
of
of the
command,
middle class
it's
is
survival.
changing
My
fast,
obligations
and
as
it's the
acting
one
commander
thing we
don't
cannot
turn on their
control.
convenience. Get out
So
of the water.
is becoming
If
a
I get into
millionaire
trouble, I'll send you
becoming
my coordinates.
the middle
I can't let you
class
go alone.
standard?
Then come with me.
We're not at that point
You
yet.
don't leave me much
But
choice.
ask a variety of people if they are middle class, and the answers are surprising. According to Pew Research, 4 out of every 10 people making around $20,000 say they are middle class.
Intercepted a
Well,
transmission
so
from
do people
Altera
making
HQ. Seems they sent a data package to the
$150,000
Aurora.
a year. So
We were
why the
intercepted
big
by a
spread?
Leviathan-class predator before we could reach the ship. Consider the CTO and I lost at sea. Be safe. Keen. Out.
Keen, this is Aurora. Come in.
This is Keen. Life pod detached to OK planet fall in 30 seconds.
The computer has identified a landmass at the attached coordinates. I want you to regroup the crew there.
Understood, but
they are your responsibility now. Don't let them down.
Captain, you need to evacuate.
Negative. Ship in one piece if you're going to contact HQ on the long range. I'm attempting a controlled descent.
Captain!
Ed. One word. Comfortable. For the recent past decades, Americans have been spending more changing the way the middle class lives, not how much they make. Houses and TVs are getting bigger. Our median income, not so much. From a statistical analysis, the term middle class is more closely aligned with the median annual salaries. Based on the U.S. Census Bureau, the median income across our states in 1970 was just about $40,000.
And then in 2006, it was right around $50,000. So how much is enough? In the program, the 80-20 principle to success by achieving more with less, Richard Koch says,
Now, the 80-20 principle has got something to say about all this too. Because it's possible, instead of going for more with more, to go with more with less, to get more life energy with actually less money. I'd like to refer here to a wonderful book called Your Money or Your Life by authors Joe Dominguez and Vicki Robin. Their key insight is that money is something we trade our life energy for. In other words, in earning money, we sell our time, which is really our life energy. The effort to make a living consumes our life. We often underestimate how much life energy is being consumed by our work. And we often overestimate what we are getting in return, which can be a bad bargain. As the authors say, are you working for less than you're worth and bringing home less money than you need? Or are you earning far more than you need for fulfillment? What's the purpose of all that extra money? If it serves no purpose, would you want to work less and have more time to do what matters to you? If it does serve a purpose, is it so clear and so connected with your values that it brings joy to your hours at work? If not, what needs to change? When you break the link between work and money, you give yourself the opportunity to discover what your true work is, and it may turn out to be totally unrelated to what you're currently doing for money. I think the 80-20 principle can offer us more life energy for less effort. Through saving and accumulating money, we avoid trading our life energy for money later on. With enough investment income, we can stop depleting our life energy through unfulfilling work. We choose our work and we choose our hours. By doing what is important to us and what we enjoy, we actually multiply our life energy.
Trade our life energy. Does that change your ideas about what an opportunity really is? There is one significant fact that will determine what you do with your opportunities, and Earl Nightingale made it clear in Our Changing World.
People frequently say of someone, I don't know where he gets his energy. He's going all the time. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to have more energy than others? Why some people seem to get so much done in so short a time? Well, I've got the answer for you. The answer is desire. That's right. The amount of energy you use will always be in exact proportion to how much you want something. Arnold Bennett put it this way. He wrote, perhaps you've been hoping to create energy in yourself. Now, you cannot create energy, either in yourself or elsewhere. Nobody can. You can only set energy free, loosen it, transform it, direct it. An individual is born with a certain amount of energy, no more. And what is more important, you cannot put additional quantities into him. You may sometimes seem to be putting energy into him, but you're not. You're simply setting his original energy free, applying a match to the coal, or fanning the fire. Some individuals appear to lack energy when, as a fact, they're full of energy, which is merely dormant, waiting for the match or waiting for direction. The usual idea of the amount of energy possessed by an individual is the intensity of the desire of that individual. It is desire that uses energy. Strong desires generally betoken much energy, and they're definite desires. Without desires, energy is rendered futile. Nobody will consume energy in action unless he desires to perform the action, either for itself or as a means to a desired end. You must not confuse vague, general aspirations with desire. A real desire is definite, concrete. The desire which indicates great energy is always there, whirring. It is an obsession. It is a nuisance. It is a whip or a scorpion. It has no mercy. So as Arnold Bennett wrote, your energy can be measured by the degree of your desire for something. A good example of this is when you're looking forward to an evening out. It can be a party, the theater, anything, but if it's something you want very much to do, you'll find even after a hard day as you dress to go out, you're full of energy. Normally, you'd be ready for a deep chair and a paper or bed. So, if you find yourself without energy all the time, dragging around, or most of the time, it's time to reevaluate what you're looking for, or toward. The teenager who can barely move through the house without collapsing in a chair, or walks as though he's coated with 2 inches of lead, and who shambles off to school in the morning looking for all the world as though he might never make it, is a totally different person on the football field or the basketball court, or when it comes to getting dressed for a date. Desire is the answer.
Somehow desire knows how to tap the reservoir of energy that is in each of us and withdraw enough for its satisfaction. The higher the desire, the more energy we will find we have. And if you want to be filled with energy, bubbling over with it, find something to work toward that's bigger than you are, that so fills you with challenge and interest, you're jealous of the sleep that takes you away from it. This is the best of all. Goethe wrote, the great German philosopher, he wrote, "Energy will do anything that can be done in the world, and no talents, no circumstances, no opportunities will make a two-legged animal a man without it."
One of of setting your energy free is to love what you do. Dennis Waitley and the Psychology of Winning explains.
The winner's secret is enjoying the game. If you enjoy your work, you'll do it better. You see, joy cannot be found outside yourself, nor should it be confused with happy hour escapism. Never work solely for the money. Also, don't equate your position or your status with your personal barometer for happiness or success. In other words, work and worth are not really the same. No matter what you do for a living, you're as worthy of experiencing success as anyone else. Identify your abilities and skills. Do a feasibility study. Of all your talents, which have the most promise for future development? What do you really enjoy doing most? Try to incorporate what you really like to do into your career, and also try using more of your hobby skills in your daily profession. Make all of your life a hobby that you pursue with the eagerness and enthusiasm that you bring to an exciting outing on Saturday.
Joy of your work does not mean there will not be challenges. In the program, A Day That Turns Your Life Around, Jim Rohn says to expect some difficulty.
Here's how the last 6,000 years reads. If you want to make a note of Jim Rohn's vision of history the last 6,000 years, here's how it reads. Opportunity mixed with difficulty. It's going to read like that, looks like, for the next 6,000 years. Opportunity mixed with difficulty. Now, sometimes there seems to be more opportunity than difficulty, and then sometimes there seems to be more difficulty than opportunity, but the mix isn't going to change. After expansion comes recession. But after recession comes expansion. Not to think so, see, is naive. And once you've got just a little of this stuff settled, then you know exactly what to do. You know exactly what to anticipate, so you can be ready. Now, here's the next one. Here's what it says. For things to change, you have to change. I was hoping the government would change, and taxes would change, and economics would change, and my boss would change, and be more generous. I wished for everything to change, and my teacher said, no, Mr. Rohn, for things to change for you, you have to change. Don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. Once I understood this, this altered the course of my life. Don't wish it was easier, wish you were better. And here's the big one. Don't wish for less problems, wish for more skills. You don't need less problems. You simply need more skills. Don't wish for less challenge, wish for more wisdom. Accept the challenge, because you can't grow without a challenge. You can't get rich without a challenge. You can't fly without gravity. You have to understand the challenge. But that's the key, is to now develop wisdom to overcome the challenge. Don't wish for less challenge, but more wisdom.
It's the challenge that drives you to bigger opportunities. And that's the topic for our next session. Book number 2, chapter 13, Challenges. Do you realize how big the game soccer is today? 1 out of every 3 American homes have someone residing there that plays soccer. Today, over 24 million people play soccer, and if you're a soccer parent or grandparent, it seems like they are all on the road at the same time going to the same game that you want to attend. 2 of my granddaughters, Tate and Karis, play the 3rd most popular team sport. And in Virginia, that means some cold and wet afternoons. Like many parents, Rick Peskovitz has spent countless hours attending his son's soccer tournaments over the years. It was during one such tournament in Richmond, Virginia, that Rick had just had enough of the cold rain. He explained that the teams were set to kick off, and he wasn't dressed for the conditions. That's when the light bulb went off for Rick. There had to be shelter that would block the wind and rain, yet allow you to watch the game. The idea of a pop-up tent-type structure with clear plastic windows formed in his mind. Well, he went to work on that idea. He crafted prototypes until a successful design was created. And he and his wife Kelly then decided to invest their life savings in this new enterprise to create pop-up tents so parents could warm up as the action on the field heated up. Years later, they're millionaires, and the under-the-weather pods are sold internationally. This is a perfect case of a challenge and a problem creating a huge opportunity. Earl Nightingale in Our Changing World said, "It's just these times when we may take problems for granted that great opportunities come to us."
One of the most interesting parts of this business of living is that our greatest opportunity is frequently something we take completely for granted and, as a result, pay little or no attention to. It's like the story of the man whose hobby had always been carving wooden toys. He lost his job and, for something better to do, sat in his backyard carving. The neighbor children asked him to carve toys for them, which he did, until finally a man down the block recognized the man's opportunity for him and told him to sell his hand-carved toys to stores. He did, and found that he didn't have to go look for work anymore. He could earn a very good living sitting in his own backyard with a sharp knife and blocks of wood. This was the work he enjoyed most, had the most talent for, and he'd been overlooking his opportunity for years. A Midwestern man had, for years, followed the hobby of growing strawberries. He had developed a particularly good strain of hardy plants, and one day, with too many plants on his hands, he ran an ad in a newspaper offering his plants for sale. The orders poured in, and he went on to make millions selling berry plants and flowers by mail. It's a good idea once in a while to examine your hobby, the thing you enjoy most, and see if it has lurking somewhere within it your big opportunity. The stories of the women who've made fortunes selling their special bread, pies, clothes, and so on are familiar to all of us. Opportunity is with us all the time. All we have to do is develop what the experts call creative objectivity. That is, look at the things you do as an intelligent stranger might. The trouble seems to be that we're too close to our own lives to see the daily opportunity it offers. A garbage man might develop and manufacture a new and better garbage container, maybe a silent one, especially for hotels and the other downtown businesses. Who hasn't been awakened at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning in his hotel room as the garbage collectors gleefully bang the big, heavy metal containers around? I mention this only to point out that no matter what a person's job happens to be, it holds somewhere within it the key to more success than he could develop in a lifetime, if he'll learn to look for it. A man applied to me for a job one time, and he told me he'd been able to develop letters which he mailed to his prospects before calling on them, which had tremendously increased his sales. He was a salesman. Well, I couldn't use him, but I suggested that there must be many thousands, hundreds of thousands of salesmen who could profit as he had from the letters he'd developed. He could probably develop quite a business selling pre-approach letters of all kinds to salesmen throughout the country. Well, at any rate, we frequently do something or have a hobby we take for granted which could, with a little development and exploration, develop into quite a tidy little business. This is particularly applicable to people who are retired and need something to do and could use a little extra money. You might begin to examine the things you do during the day in this new light. It's kind of interesting, and you can't tell what you might find. Opportunity is like diamonds in the rough. Don't look valuable until you scrape away the rough, common exterior and look for the glint of value that is hidden within.
Earl mentioned the stories of women who create businesses in their kitchen. Do you like chocolate chip cookies? Then you should love Ruth Wakefield. Ruth and her husband Kenneth owned the tourist lodge named the Toll House Inn, where she cooked meals for the guests. One day in 1930, she was mixing a batch of cookies that was fresh out of baker's chocolate. So, she substituted broken pieces of Nestle semi-sweet chocolate, expecting it to melt and absorb in the dough to create chocolate cookies. It didn't happen. When she removed the pan from the oven, she had accidentally invented chocolate chip cookies. At the time, she called her creations Toll House Crunch Cookies. Due to this unexpected discovery by a famous woman inventor, the chocolate chip cookie became the most popular variety of cookie in America. One thing these inventor entrepreneurs have in common is the ability to make a decision. They get an idea. We all do. We get ideas all the time. The big difference is they decide to act, to do something. Decision-making is a skill we neglect, as explained by Rick Edelman in the program No Nonsense System for Building Wealth.
Really important, life-altering decisions. The choice of where to go to college, or whether to go to college, that was a big decision. The subject of study, big decision. Who to marry, whether to divorce, big decisions. The house you bought, big decision. The job you accepted, big decision. That is about it. And so for most of us, we haven't made a significant, serious decision in a very long time, and because we haven't done it in a long time, we're not really good at it. You know, you're, by the way, a lousy tennis player. I don't really mean to insult you, but the fact is, if you haven't played tennis much, you're a pretty lousy tennis player. I'm a pretty lousy tennis player because I don't do it much, as opposed to guys who play tennis all the time who are really good at it. Obviously, the more you practice, the more you do something, the better at it you become. Decision-making is not something most of us are good at because most of us don't do it very much. And that is why the goal-setting process stymies a lot of people. This is why a lot of folks come into my office for the very first time and they say, I've got money to invest, tell me where to invest it. Wrong. You can't make an investment decision until you know why you're making the investment decision. I don't know how to invest the money until I know where we're trying to invest it and why we're trying to make that investment. What's the point? What's the goal? It's very similar to going into a doctor's office. See, you really are more familiar with the financial planning process than you realize because you're very familiar with doctors. You go to the doctor's office. You ever walk up to a doctor and say, hey, doc, got any hot drugs? Of course not. But that's what people do with me all the time. Hey, Rick, got any hot stocks? Got any great investment ideas that I can throw some money at? They would never do that when it comes to drugs with a doctor, but they do it all the time with stocks and an investment advisor. And it's just as dangerous. Of course, what does the doctor say if you say it? The doctor says, wait a minute. First, you got to take your clothes off. Doctor does a complete, thorough, what? You know what he does. He does a complete and thorough checkup of you. He takes a look at everything. You walk in with a broken arm, he takes your blood pressure. Why? He wants to know everything that's going on. Client says to me, Rick, I want to put $3,000 into an fine. Show me all the rest of your money. But I'm only, Rick, talking about this $3,000. I don't care. I want to know what you're doing with your retirement plan at work. Why? Because what's going on over there affects what I do over here. Same thing that the doctor says. I need to take your blood pressure when you have a broken arm. Because I need to know everything that's going on. I need to do a thorough diagnosis so that I can then develop a treatment plan. Because the drug that the doctor gives you is devoted exclusively to your needs and circumstances. Same thing is true in financial planning. Giving you investments is the last step in the process, and yet many people do it as the first, and in fact often only, step in the process. And they do it from reading Personal Finance magazine. They do it from watching personal finance TV shows and listening to personal finance radio shows, and even worse, talking to their friends at the water cooler. The big mistake here is that people are making investment decisions without regard to their personal circumstances, goals, or objectives. And that's why they fail so often with personal finance. They don't know why they bought the stock other than saying, well, I thought it would make money. It's really rather silly. I've never heard anybody buy an investment that they thought would lose money. I want to ask you a question. If you have created the plan and you are saving money in accordance with your plan, and you're earning the rate of return that your plan says you need to earn to achieve your goal, are you happy or unhappy? Well, I would hope you'd be happy. I mean, you've got a plan, you're following the plan is working. You're happy. But what if you discover that as a result of your plan, your investments are earning, say, 8%, and you discover that the financial markets are earning 14%? I want to ask you again, are you happy or unhappy? You know, some people become unhappy at that. They say, wait a minute, I'm only earning 8 when others are getting 14. This is a big trap, and I mention it to you so that you can avoid this problem. You see, financial planning is all about achieving goals. It is not about keeping score. And that's something you have to understand. You see, there are always higher rates of return out there. Somebody somewhere is going to be making more money than you at any given moment. The question is this: if you are on track to achieve your goals, isn't that all that counts? In my opinion, yes, that is all that counts. Because if you abandon your plan to go chase that higher return, you are now engaged in speculation as opposed to financial planning. And people who engage in speculation usually fail to achieve their goals. Whereas people who focus on financial planning usually do achieve their goals. So I want you to be wary. I want you to beware of the risk that the latest headline, the current pundit on a TV show, your brother-in-law at Thanksgiving dinner, or your friend at the water cooler might attempt to dissuade you from following your plan. Stay focused on your plan and know that if you are achieving it, you're doing what really counts. You're doing the right thing. So what we have to recognize is that it all comes down to the goals and objectives that we have, and that's why I'm stressing that on you, why we've got to talk about your goals and objectives, and in order to make and establish a goal and objective, you've got to make a decision! And until you make a decision, nothing else happens.
Being stuck in a bad career choice, a failing relationship, or just that feeling that life is passing you by can be a stumbling block to the decision-making process. A friend of mine once called his job "go." He made too much money to do what he really wanted to do. That is a fact that holds too many back. In the program, The Optimism Advantage, Tony Alessandra and Tony Paulson talk about that statistic.
Unfortunately, various surveys suggest that as many as half of all Americans don't find meaning in what they do on a daily basis. The primary reason they remain in their job is that they can't afford to quit. They're locked into good benefits and a health care plan that they can't afford to lose. This is a bad deal for the organization, and it's bad for those clinging to jobs that they hate, but they must endure.
Okay, remember, we're still challenging you to think transforming purpose and mission. Now, if someone asked you what gives your life meaning, how would you respond? Pretend you're on an elevator ride and you have just 1 minute to tell another person the truth about your purpose and mission. Can you articulate it? Or are you, like so many others, struggling with the implications of not having an answer? It's seldom one mission that defines your entire life. It's more likely that your life will have many chapters, all of which will be fulfilling in their own way. Optimists are looking for more than a good year. They want a meaningful journey that has chapter after chapter. But where do you look to find the power of your purpose? Your next meaningful chapter.
Now, the source can be situational, spiritual, or secular. All have their place in driving a meaningful purpose for millions. Sometimes it's situational. Has any event happened in your life that has captured your passion to serve and make a difference?
For many, faith is a powerful source of purpose and meaning. A World War II correspondent encountered a nun tending to some horribly wounded and diseased prisoners of war. He said to the nurse, "I wouldn't do that for $1 million." The nun turned to him and replied, "Neither would I." As with that nun, faith in what you hold sacred can play a critical role in integrating your life story around a bigger purpose and plan. It can shape both your sense of calling and your ultimate optimistic view of the future. So nurture your beliefs and let them show in your actions and attitude instead of getting stuck in arguments over religious doctrine. Focus on developing a personal love affair with whatever faith drives you and fuels your passionate calling to serve others. As the legendary UCLA basketball coach John Wooden said in his autobiography, "If I'm ever on trial for my faith, I hope there's enough evidence to convict me." Having a strong purpose leaves evidence. Does your spiritual faith empower a purpose that shows in your actions on and off the job? When it does, two of the side benefits are hope and optimism. Now, despite the importance that many place on faith, this is not to say that without it, you cannot find a sense of purpose in your life. Secular service also provides meaning for many.
What we're talking about is being a humble and open explorer, repeatedly becoming a beginner in new arenas as you keep shaping your life one day at a time. After all, finding your transforming purpose is too important a goal to come easily, and it's worth the ongoing struggle. But don't let finding your grand purpose trap you into purpose paralysis. After all, the very idea of finding one underlying motive on which your entire life value will be based can be intimidating. Take the pressure off by not expecting your stated purpose to be profound or even fully developed. You may find your true purpose much quicker while you're providing service to others. Quite often, our best thoughts come to us while keeping busy.
Wayne Dyer has advice about where those thoughts come from in his program, The Secrets of Manifesting Your Destiny.
When I started thinking about, after I had completed Real Magic and Your Sacred Self, all of the programs that are around those themes, a lot of people would write to me who had listened to these programs, who had read my books, and would say, what's the next step for you? You know, what can you do after this? I can't imagine that you could write anything any more than this, I've heard people tell me, or you could say any more. And always at the back of my mind was this idea that there is something missing in all of the literature that really doesn't deal efficiently and effectively with this, this ability to attract to us and to have show up for us in our lives what it is that we would like. Somehow we've come to believe that that's outside of our control, that whatever shows up, whatever happens to us, whatever the breaks are, whatever those things are all sort of in the realm of coincidences, and they happen if God wants them to happen for us, or if they're so predestined or ordained, and that we don't have that kind of power to be able to do that. That's reserved, if you will, and it's reserved for deities or people who have special dispensation from God, or holy people, or lucky people, but it doesn't really involve me. I grew up with that attitude, just like so many of the rest of us. But always at the back of my mind, I felt that there are some people who have the ability to get outside of that mentality. And there are some people that just attract things to themselves, and they seem to show up, and we just call them lucky. But they're not. There's certain qualities, there's certain behaviors, there's certain attitudes that people have that we've never really made a science out of, okay? We've never really studied in depth. And I thought to myself, I'm going to talk about manifesting. Many of you listening, many of you here today with me, know that my work shifted. It's shifted from teaching people how to manage their emotions and teaching people how to avoid being victims in their lives, and to have psychological strength, and how to raise children like this, and all of these things that and then there's been a shift, and in the last 10 or 15 years, the shift moved away from matters physical and into matters metaphysical, beyond the physical. And then my work took on like this real sort of spiritual tone, and God became a very important part of my life and my work, when this wasn't so in my earlier work. In fact, if you look through books that I wrote 20, 25 years ago, you won't even see references to the word spiritual or to the word God. And if you look at more recent things, and people ask me about that, and I say, you know, it's just as intriguing to me as it is to you. I don't know why either. But my writing seems to, and my programs, my work seems to reflect a consciousness that I am going through, and it seems to reflect what the rest of the world is going through as well. That there is a shift, and I seem to be one of the spokespeople for shift.
Listening to Wayne reminds me of what a kind and gentle man he was. Although he passed, his words live on to be the messenger that he spoke of. It's a stark reminder of a point that we continue to bring out this course. Your vision may take years, even beyond your time on Earth, to materialize. The goals you achieve are the seeds planted that will grow to outlast us. Your purpose may be an invention to keep parents warm, bake a new cookie, break away from your golden handcuffs, or an even higher purpose to do something powerful to change minds and change the world. Whatever opportunities are presented to you has been directed by your vision. We have more on attracting what you want coming up in our next session. Book 2, Chapter 14, Law of Attraction. The idea of the law of attraction has been popularized recently, but it's been around a long time. It has everything to do with your vision and the goals you set. In 1877, the term law of attraction appeared in print for the first time in a book written by Helena Blavatsky. By the end of the 19th century, the term was being used by New Thought authors who believed that the law of attraction affected your health and every other aspect of our lives. The 20th century saw a surge in interest in the subject, with many books, including one of the best-selling books of all time, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill. In 2006, the concept of the law of attraction gained a lot of renewed exposure with the release of the film The Secret, featuring Nightingale Conant author Joe Vitale. The beginnings came from Helena Blavatsky, who established Theosophy as a New Age religion. One of the earlier followers was the activist for women's rights. One day on one of the hour-changing world radio broadcasts, Earl Nightingale shared this about her.
There was a very busy, interesting, and hard-working woman who was born in 1847 and died in 1933 by the name of Annie Besant. She wrote a great many things, founded colleges, spent a great many years in India working to improve conditions and so on. She was an extremely controversial woman, but she carved a place in history for herself, and her heart was definitely in the right place. She lived 86 busy years. But she wrote something once, just a short little thing that I like very much, and I'd like to read it to you. She wrote, "Knowledge is essential to conquest. Only according to our ignorance are we helpless. Thought creates character. Character can dominate conditions. Will creates circumstances and environment." Now, I think you'll agree that Annie could put a great deal into a very few words. You could take that quotation and write 10 volumes about it. But let's look at it a little bit at a time. She wrote, "Knowledge is essential to conquest. Only according to our ignorance are we helpless." That's the first sentence. Now, conquest covers many things, all things. It could be anything from passing to the next highest grade in school, getting that new car you've got your eye on, or marrying the person you've picked out, or retiring on an income of $500 a month. But whatever the problem you're interested in conquering, it takes knowledge to do it. So you could pose it another way. The more knowledge a person has, the more things he can achieve. Makes sense, doesn't it? So all a person has to do is decide what it is he wants and then start getting the knowledge he needs to get it. Only according to our ignorance are we helpless. Now the next line reads, "Thought creates character." Now character is defined as the aggregate of qualities that distinguishes one person or thing from others. So we might say that the more qualities a person has, the more character he has. Thought creates character. Well then, the more we think, the more character we create. So thinking becomes pretty important, because she goes on to say that character can dominate conditions. In other words, if we don't like the conditions in which we find ourselves, or at least want to improve our condition, we can do it by developing more character, or by thinking more about ourselves and our place in the world. You see, being able to dominate conditions is a way of telling your own fortune, isn't it? We'd all like to do that, at least to the degree that we're able as mortals to do it. So character becomes vital to us. And her quotation ends with the words, "Will creates circumstances and environment." That could be put another way by saying, we will become, as far as our circumstances and environment are concerned, what we will. And this is another way of saying, our environment is a reflection of our minds. So what kind of circumstances and environment do you want? You can control it, you know, in better than 99% of the cases. Well, it's amazing how reading something, even a short little thing like that, will start a whole chain reaction of thoughts, isn't it?
We mentioned Joe Vitale in the movie The Secret. In the Nightingale Conant bestseller, The Missing Secret, Joe explains what the law of attraction is.
The law of attraction is all about the idea that your thoughts and feelings are a magnetic force that is bringing into your life everything you are experiencing. Most of us want to resist that. Most of the skeptics that are out there say this is not true, it can't be true, they don't want it to be true. And the reason nobody wants it to be true is it's about total responsibility. If indeed everything in your life is showing up because of this law of attraction, then you are totally responsible for the bad things as well as the good things. And I was in your face in the movie The Secret, and I was pretty direct when I was on Larry King, that the law of attraction is a law. It is not a feel-good principle. You don't say when something good happens that, well, that was the law of attraction, and when something bad happens, it was something else. This is pretty much like the law of gravity. It is working all the time, whether you are conscious of it or not. The good news is you are becoming conscious of it. You're one of the enlightened ones or awakening ones because you are listening to this program and wanting to know how to use the law of attraction to get results in your life. But I also want to take you to the next level. I also want to address the fact that so many people watch the movie The Secret and may be at first inspired, but then are later frustrated. And they're frustrated because they don't think it's working all the time. So what I want to talk about, first of all, is that the law of attraction is a law. It's always working, but it's working on an unconscious level. So this leads to my big discovery. And my big discovery is this idea of the missing secret. There's 5 steps for creating wealth or anything else that you want in your life. Step 3 in that program is all about the missing secret. And that was a big discovery to me. As I've already explained to you, I was homeless at one point. I was in poverty. I've had to struggle. But how did I make the transition? How did I go from homeless to where I'm at now? It was all because I discovered this missing secret to making the law of attraction work. The easiest way to describe the missing secret is to create another law, and I would say it's the law of unconscious counter-intentions. And I'll again be explaining that in this program so that this becomes very practical to you. Because I'm all about results. Because I was an entrepreneur first and a marketer next, I'm always looking for results. That comes from my business background. So when you're listening to this program, assured that my guarantee is once you understand the missing secret, you'll be able to choose what you want and then attain it. Now that's pretty powerful, that's pretty amazing. When you choose what you want and you're able to attract it to you without interruption, we're talking about a level of magic and miracles that most people only read about. You will be living. I'm living proof of it, given my story that you've heard. So the movie, The Secret, does awaken people. It does teach you the law of attraction, but it doesn't tell you what the missing secret is.
Napoleon Hill and the Science of Personal Achievement emphasize that along with the concept of the law of attraction, the laws of success are real and provide us with our greatest opportunities.
The rules of personal achievement are as definite as are the rules of mathematics. If there ever was a true science, it is the science of success described in the 17 principles of this philosophy. You are a student of this philosophy. Therefore, you have been deprived of alibis for failure, including the grandfather of them all, I never had an opportunity. You have an opportunity, and it consists in the privilege of availing yourself of the combined knowledge of more than 500 men of great achievements who have made this philosophy available to you. What are you going to do with this opportunity? That's a question which you need to answer, and you should answer it definitely and frankly. Success does not require a great amount of knowledge about anything, but it does call for the persistent use of whatever knowledge you may have.
Joe Vitale adds this about Napoleon Hill.
Let me talk about Napoleon Hill. If you've not read his book, Think and Grow Rich, then you're a little behind. Go get it now and go read it. There are people who read that book 20 to 50 times, or they listen to the recordings over and over and over again until they get it into their mind. But I read the biography of Napoleon Hill. It's called A Lifetime of Riches. And I was fascinated. I still think somebody needs to make a movie about this character because Napoleon Hill was a fascinating man. Not only did he struggle for 20 years to write the definitive guide to success in his book Think and Grow Rich, but he experienced poverty. His life was threatened. His backers were murdered. He suffered from bouts of hopelessness, and his family suffered beyond all understanding. He, of course, was not an overnight success. But the one thing that stood out as I read Napoleon Hill's biography was this idea that he seemed to always turn the negative into something positive. Now, of course, this ties into being grateful, and this all ties into step 5 in the ultimate secret about not needing things to change, but finding the silver lining in what's already there, trusting that everything that's happening, even when it looks like it's pretty bad, is actually in your favor. You just haven't figured it out yet. Well, Napoleon Hill always did his best to figure it out. He would always look at a situation and find a silver lining for it. I have a friend by the name of Mark Joyner. He's an internet marketer, a best-selling author, and one time he and I were at an event, and I overheard him talking to somebody about his involvement with the FTC. Apparently they were giving him some problems, and it was quite a nightmare. And Mark listened to the man's story, and then he just said, turn it into something good. turn it into something good. And I always remembered that, and I thought that was amazing advice. It's the same kind of thing Napoleon Hill would have said. Maybe Napoleon Hill even said it. But it's the whole idea of taking whatever happens to you and turning it into something good. At first, it may seem preposterous, but the whole idea is it's available to you. It's a perception change. It's a belief change. You feel differently, you act differently, the different results you get are massive because you've done this internal work. I wrote a book on P.T. Barnum called There's a Customer Born Every Minute. And P.T. Barnum knew about this Napoleon Hill technique of looking for the silver lining. And in fact, in P.T. Barnum's way, he always made it cash in a very big way. But P.T. Barnum offered to buy a rival's elephant. And he sent a telegram stating his offer. And his competitors took Barnum's telegram and ran it as an ad saying, "Here's what Barnum thinks of our elephant." Well, that was pretty clever. But P.T. Barnum should have been upset, or most of us would have been upset. He was not. Barnum decided to join with those competitors, and that gave birth to the now famous Barnum and Bailey Circus. Barnum took the experience and turned it into something good. Napoleon Hill knew Andrew Carnegie, and Andrew Carnegie once told Hill, "I am no longer cursed by poverty because I took possession of my own mind, and that mind has yielded me every material thing I want, and much more than I need. But this power of mine is a universal one, available to the humblest person as it is to the greatest. And that same power of mind is available to you."
Hill also told a story about one of his mentors, Thomas Jefferson, who used his deafness as an advantage.
No human experience should ever be charged off as a complete loss, because every circumstance of our lives, whether pleasant or unpleasant, places us in the way of learning how to live and how to get along with other people. I discovered that Mr. Edison's deafness was a blessing instead of a curse, because he found the seed of an equivalent benefit that his deafness yielded, and made astounding use of that seed. Once I asked Mr. Edison if his deafness were not a handicap, and he said, "No, it is a blessing instead, because it has taught me to hear from within." He meant that his deafness had caused him to develop his sixth sense, through which he obviously learned how to tune in and to make contact with sources of knowledge outside of that available through the 5 physical senses. It was from these outside sources that he got much of the knowledge which made him the greatest inventor of all times. And while I'm on this subject, may I tell you that throughout the 20 years I spent in analyzing successful people to learn what made them tick, I discovered that successful people almost invariably were successful in exact proportion to the extent that they had met and mastered obstacles and defeat. If men had no problems and were never forced to exert themselves, they would atrophy and wither away through disuse of their brain cells, the same as would happen with an arm or a leg if it were not given exercise. Nature penalizes people for neglect to properly use their physical bodies, as everyone knows. And the same is true of the brain cells with which we think. If we do not use the mind, it becomes lazy and unreliable. Human problems force people to develop their minds through use.
There's another law at play, and the new psychology of achievement Brian Tracy explains.
You don't have to think about the laws, because when you have a clear goal, the law of cause and effect goes to work. The cause is your thoughts about your goals, and the effect is moving towards your goals. The law of control goes to work. How do you control your thinking? You think about your goals. The law of belief goes to work. What do you believe in? You believe that everything you're doing is moving you towards your goals. Law of expectations, you expect that everything that happens will help you achieve your goals. The law of attraction, you continually attract people, circumstances, and ideas to achieve your goals. Law of correspondence, your outer world corresponds with your goals. And of course, the law of superconscious activity, working 24 hours a day, moves you more and more rapidly toward your goals and moves your goals toward you. So here's 3 key points. Goals release ideas and energy, unlocking your potential. Goals improve your self-concept and raise your self-esteem and make you like yourself more. Goals increase your self-confidence and make you unstoppable in the pursuit of your goals. I call this the 1000% formula, and it's based on what is called the law of incremental improvement. The law of incremental improvement says that people get better little by little. Nobody goes from being average or mediocre to being outstanding. The law of accumulation says that success is the result of hundreds and even thousands of small efforts and sacrifices that no one ever sees or appreciates. Interestingly enough, we find that top people in every field have one special quality in that field, is that they know more about their field than other people. And there's a wonderful line from Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, who once said, "Those heights by great men and women won and kept were not achieved by sudden flight, but they, while their companions slept or watched television, were striving upward in the night." And it's a wonderful thing. I read that when I was in my early 20s. While most people are watching television, socializing, and having fun, the people who are going to be the great ones in the future are busy working away and expanding their knowledge. They're getting better a little bit at a time. So the key to success is simple. Get a little better every single day. Continuous and never-ending improvement.
What are the essential steps we need to take advantage of our opportunities? That's coming up in our next session. Book number 2, Chapter 15, Actions Needed.